Peace unto you. This is day 5 of the mastery course for Eclipse preparation. We're going to wait for a few more people to climb on in, to rise on in. Palo Santo. This is day 5 of the mastery course for Eclipse preparation. If you missed the 4 days before today, click the link in my bio. Once you click the link in my bio, you'll see Nadiie Black's guidance. You'll click that, it takes you to my YouTube page. You'll see the other days that you missed. This is day 5. I'm gonna wait for a few more people to climb on in, rise on in. We're very grateful for your presence, everyone. Day 5. On this one, they thought yesterday was very, very beautiful. Yesterday was very beautiful, very powerful. Today, equally as beautiful, equally as powerful. So welcome in, everybody. Peace unto you, I am. Peace unto you. I listened to Why We Fear yesterday. I love it. Yay! He listened to my album, Why We Fear, with my brother, I'm Famous Black. We are so very grateful. See, like, now you see what I was saying when I was telling y'all that every time people listen to my music, they would say, well, why aren't you, like worldwide? It's not, like, not bad music. It's amazing music. But, you know, there's and we may actually get into that a little later today about how these contracts are formed, how to dismantle specific frequencies around us, and how I even got through that whole situation. But climb on in, everybody. This is the mastery course for Eclipse preparation. This is day 5. We're extremely grateful. This is Palo Santo, by the way. Day 5. Essentially, what we're going to be anchoring on day 5 is Miss Nadiie, one of the beings that frequent these lives and hold space for all of us. You know, she asked a question during the Q&A segment yesterday, and we told her that we would align that with today, which, you know, we are, you know, are a soul of its word. And it's essentially about the realms that is beyond us. I also lit my Palo Santo now too as well. That's perfect. Perfect. So you were already feeling that presence, that energy. But in order for us to understand that there is much to our life than just this world, we have to understand what is actually beyond this life and what we would consider other worlds. So, Ms. Nadiie, yeah, thank you for that question yesterday, because that was a divinely guided statement that guided us to one of the topics. So we're going to be talking about the beyond. To know what's beyond yourself, you have to actually know what's beyond yourself. It's pretty simple. So we're going to be talking about the other realms, how you get there, what they are, why they even exist. Because people, they be talking about, well, if we're all one and everything is one, then why isn't there just one realm? We're going to get into why. And we're going to get into, if you look at things from Source's perspective, you would see all as one. But the moment you choose to separate yourself from the perspective of all there is, then that's when you start to see separation in between the dimensions. You separate yourself from all there is, you separate yourself from all there is. So now everything is perceived as hierarchy levels to this, and it's not just one. Oh, it's this and then this and then this and then this level, and second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and beyond dimension. We're going to get into all of the dimensions today, day 5. Day 5. So if you missed the other days, click the link in my bio, click Nadiie Black's guidance. Within the link tree, it'll take you to my YouTube page, and you'll see the other 4 days. This is day 5 of the mastery course for an eclipse preparation. All right. What is a eclipse? I'm going to do a quick recap before we dive into today. Today, I am off of my other job, so I'm free. I am free. But with that, there still is that guidance. So depending on where this goes, depending on what type of questions y'all ask, depending on where Source guides me, we either will be here for around the same amount of what we would consider time, or we're just going to go. And I'm excited. I said, Source, I'm ready to just go. So, what is a eclipse, everybody? The ones that were here focusing the energy, they know exactly what an eclipse is because we've been sharing it. A eclipse, in its most symbolic form, is simply shining and shedding light on something differently. It has nothing to do with what the collective consciousness is putting so much stock in it about. Yes, at one point in time, when the energy and the frequency of the planet aligned in such a way that reflects what we're seeing today in what we call ancient Egypt or Kemet, there was something called the 3 days of darkness. Yes, that existed. The reason why some people are so up in arms, the reason why so many people are so up in arms, so many souls are so up in arms, is because a lot of the souls that are here today was here in Egypt with the ascended masters of that time. And they experienced what it was like to experience those 3 days of darkness. They experienced what it was like when they seen all of these trials and tribulations on a worldwide level. Even though that's not going to repeat now because there are so many light workers on the planet, at that point in time, there was only hubs. There was only places like cities and things of that nature full of the light workers. Now it's worldwide. Now we have Google. Now the sacred geometry that were in temples that beings literally guarded their lives for, you could just look up on Google. I have tapestry of sacred geometry on my walls. I got Archangel Metatron sacred geometry. Just the idea of looking at it. Like, for example, crop circles. If you were to look up crop circles, you will receive downloads. For crop circles simply are forms of coded language, but it's coded language through perception. Peace unto you, peace unto you. Climb on in. We're very grateful. Rise on in. Light workers, ETs, galactic souls, God's children, they're all the same. We're all the same. And we all have our form of language. But there is a language that resonates beyond what you can vocalize. Again, there is many languages that resonate beyond what you can just vocalize. So, with that being said, crop circles. If you just look up, like everybody after this live, go. This is what we would consider homework is, right? Everybody after this live, go look up the most popular crop circles. No, I've only been a white lurker. Only been a white worker. Light lurker, white worker. Either way. I understand that since this language cuts beyond perception, when you look at crop circles, all it is it codes, it downloads things. So remember when we were speaking of yesterday that Yeshua, A.K.A. Jesus, he had all his DNA activated as a baby, but he didn't just come out the womb moving mountains, rising things from what we call the quote unquote dead. He didn't come out the womb with all of these gifts. He came out the womb with all his DNA activated, but he still had to be in specific situations to remember. He still had to be taught by the Essenes in a land called Qumran. His grandmother Anne, was a part of the creation of the Essenes. If grandmother Anne didn't do her job, ain't no Jesus. If Mother Mary didn't embrace and integrate the consciousness of the Christ, ain't no Christ, because to birth the Christ, you have to be the Christ. So we was speaking of all of these things about how we just have to be in certain situations. In this generation, all of our DNA strands are activated. But in order for us to reap the benefits or eat the fruit of our labors, we have to make sure we are in situations that aligns with our soul. We have to understand what aligns with our soul and get in those frequencies, those situations, be around the people that actually support us. And then all of a sudden, boom, things will just start happening. Remember the story we gave you when Yeshua was a carpenter. They say he was in the carpentry shop. He was just hammering. And then, doom, I am God's son. Peace unto you, beloved child of God. People was like, what the heck just happened to him? He was just, it's that activation. So it's the same thing. That's why we say after this live, look up the most popular crop circles, because all we have to do is just look at it. That's the download. That's the perception. And then when you look at the crop circles to receive those downloads, and this is not even just something that I came up with, even though I'm saying it now, even though we already knew this, one of the most revered metaphysical beings, Dolores Cannon was talking about this. Literally, in one of the interviews, she was like, yes, when I was channeling, or when I was in this hypnosis session and I was guiding someone to their subconsciousness, which knows all, they were saying the crop circles are simply a language and all you have to do is peer upon them and you'll receive an immense download. Even Dolores Cannon was saying that. And y'all can just look that up. So if you need, I just gave y'all a source. Because a lot of people, they love proof in this world. A lot of people want sources credited and all of that. The only source that really needs to be credited is source itself. That's within. Though that is the case, we meet people where they are. Dolores Cannon was talking about this, and y'all love her so much. So, yes, after you look up all the world's popular crop circles, all of them, you look at all of them, study all of them, just really peer into it. Don't use your brain and your thoughts to get in the way. You peer into it. Then look up all of the sacred geometry, and look how similar both of them are. Look how similar both of them are. Now, in terms of the eclipse preparation, what you must anchor is, even though this is a mastery course for the eclipse preparation, what is an eclipse? An eclipse simply is shining light or shedding light on something differently. It's the same thing with stocks. This is what we say all the moments. If Apple has a stock rising and you have the means to invest in a stock and everybody is invested in the stock to make it rise, you will be doing yourself a disservice by not investing in the stock if you are of the stock market ilk, if you have the means to invest in it. So essentially, as we translate that into this, if the collective consciousness is putting so much energy into something, then they deem what this world says is so. If they're putting so much energy into something, you can utilize it for your benefit. Even if you don't necessarily agree with it, that is perfectly fine. But if so many people are putting so much stock into it, just say a little prayer. Just say a little prayer on the 8th and be like, Source, I don't know what's going on. Honestly, I don't think nothing's going to go on. But on the off chance that what they talking about is real, Source, guide me to seeing as you see and keep on pushing. That's all you got to do. See, like, that doesn't hurt. Saying one sentence, one prayer, just get it out the way. Integrate the energy that people are using. Exactly. Yes, just try anyways. You may or may not agree with it. You may or may not understand what's going on. But when you have a mass amount of people, the collective consciousness putting stock into something, you will be doing yourself a disservice by not just sending a prayer to God saying, listen, Source, I don't know what they got going on. Quite frankly, talk to God like your homie. Quite frankly, God, I think they're all stupid. I think they're all tripping. But on the off chance that one of them was right, God, guide me to seeing as you see. Say that on the 8th. Say that on the 8th and just live your day normally. But because you asked God one of the most powerful prayers, guide me to seeing as you see, your life will shift. I promise you that much. You may not feel the energy of the eclipse. You may feel the energy of the eclipse. But your life will shift. Because all the stock that we're putting into it will now resonate within you. So, even though we're just preparing for the eclipse from a surface level, this mastery course isn't just about the eclipse. The eclipse is just shining and shedding light on something differently. This mastery course is a mastery course. It's aligning yourself with what is truth. Reminding yourself of who you are. This is something that you don't just stop doing on the 9th. Once these 7 days, because we're going live for 7 days. If you missed the other days, click the link in my bio, click Nadiie Black's Guidance, go to my YouTube page, you'll see the other days. Everything is free. This isn't just you integrate these high and powerful teachings for 7 days for the 8th. On the 8th, we're not going live because we're anchoring. We're going to be astral projecting. We're going to be holding space for everybody. Then it's not like on the 9th you stop doing everything. No, this is very powerful information that changes the course of lives. Yes, this is all for entertainment purposes. You know, I am Mr. Yaptastic. Call me Nadiie. I am Mr. Yaptastic. It's all, we'll meet everybody where they are. We'll meet the little systems where they are. We'll meet you where you are. We'll meet your friends where you are. We'll meet everybody where they are. Understand that you don't just stop integrating the light on the 8th and then on the 9th you just revert back. No, you continue this. You continue to share it. So now let's do a quick recap. Before we get into that recap, everybody, let's tell you what today is going to be about as much as we can. Because Source be having us go each and every way. So today, a beautiful soul that frequents these lives. Peace unto you. Peace unto you, Damien. A beautiful soul that frequents these lives during the Q&A segment of yesterday. She asked a very beautiful question that we were going to integrate today. And essentially, it's about the realms of the beyond. In order to understand what your soul and your spirit is, your soul is simply consciousness and awareness. Your spirit, again, your soul is simply consciousness and awareness. Your spirit is simply presence. Again, your spirit is simply presence. Now, when one thinks they're just the body, that is a soulless thought. When one understands they're beyond the body, that is a soulful thought. But the spirit is even beyond the thought itself. The act of thinking, the spirit is beyond. Well, in order to understand how to get to the beyond, or what even the beyond is, we have to know what the beyond is. So we're going to be talking about all the other realms today, how to get to them, why there are so many realms to begin with. There are an infinite amount of realms, but in the forms of density, we have limiters within our own perception. So we won't only be able to see maybe the first 100 realms. And then when we get to that 100-point check mark, then we'll be able to see all of them. So there's really an infinite amount of realms, but and infinite means infinite. We can go on forever. So we'll just talk about the realms that most of us may have already encountered or are going to encounter. So we're going to be talking about the realms of the beyond. Rise and shine, says Queen DD Divine. Peace unto you. You speak well, bro. We are very grateful for your presence. May Source continuously use the vocalization from this vessel. How do you know this information? We know this information just like Jesus knew his information. We know this information just like Buddha knew his information. We know this information just like Gandhi and Dr. Sebi knew his information. It comes from the source. For God rests within you as your heartbeat. Like I said yesterday, we channel every single day. But to meet people where we are, what we understand is what people perceive channeling as is essentially something that is higher than us resting within us. And that is essentially what we understand channeling is. Because once that higher thing rests within us, then every single action we do would be considered channeling. We utilize what y'all think channeling is, because channeling is your natural essence. You day-to-day channel God. Day-to-day channel that which is God, A.K.A. Source. It happens every single day. For you are the will of Source. Sometimes we do something called conscious channeling. Conscious channeling is when we're making an intent to be the light. Most of the time, we're just being the light and we may not know. We may think, oh God, I made a mistake. But then God was like, oh, you don't even realize in that situation, we wanted you to yell at that person so that person can get away from you, because 2 hours later, y'all gonna stay at that club if y'all didn't do that. And when 2 hours later happened, some crazy stuff happened. So we were trying to move y'all out the way. Like, Source always meets us where he is. You feel me? But the way channeling works for this vessel is my brain, the thoughts and everything just cease to exist. I literally am not thinking a single thing. I'm just moving my mouth and somehow words are coming out of them. I essentially was like, you know how y'all are like sitting here and listening to me? Well, I am essentially sitting here listening to me as well. Like, oh, wow, that's pretty cool. Thank you, God. Literally, it's just like that. Source, I am the son of Source, as are you, for we are one. Source rests within me as my heartbeat, and it says, show up. All of these lives were not necessarily prepared in the most egoic perspective, because when you prepare for things in an egoic way, you leave room for doubt. If you say, maybe I should talk about this, or maybe I should talk about this, your ego will come in and be like, I don't know, maybe that's too much for them, or I don't know, but your ego gets in the way. Literally, Source is just like I was getting dressed, it was 3 minutes left, I'm like, oh, I gotta hurry up. I'm like, Source, what else should I talk about? Source just said, Nadiie, get dressed. Whenever you're gonna be, that's when it's gonna be. But when you sit down, I guarantee you, all the information will come to you. Literally, I did not know what we was going to talk about besides the question that Miss Angie asked yesterday. And then when I sat down, moment I press live. So, as we anchor what this energy is, what you must know is, since we are going to be talking about the beyond, you have to know about the beyond. Exactly, free flow. You have to be in the know about what is in the beyond. So we're going to be talking about realms today. How to get to these realms. Why are there so many realms? The realms that we've encountered or the realms that we're going to encounter. That's number one. That's the first thing we're going to be talking about today in a structured form. And then wherever source takes us, that's where it's going to take us. The second thing that we're going to be talking about is the spirit courtrooms. Uh-oh. Drum roll. The spirit courtrooms. So we have some beings that are somewhat aware of what's going on in the realms of the spirit and the spirit courtrooms. There is a lot going on there. So in order to get to the spiritual courtrooms, and we're going to get into this in a much deeper part during that segment, but as a quick tidbit, the spiritual courtrooms, in order to be there, one has to know thyself. That's why we on day one was talking about knowing yourself. We're going to do a recap for everybody just to have it everything fresh in their mind. You have to know thyself, and you can't perceive judgment at all. In the spiritual courtrooms, there is no judge. There are deciders. All right? Again, that might have flew over some people's heads. In the spiritual courtrooms, there are no judges. There are only deciders. There are only deciders. There's beings that decide. And the beings that decide is essentially in a voting energy, a voting presence. So the jury, which would be considered y'all, which would be considered us, we're like the jury. If we vote for something to be so, then the deciders decide upon it. There's that connection. So we have officials saying what's going to happen. Essentially, all this eclipse is shining and shedding light on something differently. You can just see the world around us. Look at the world around us. Hollywood is falling, and it's like Babylon falling. How is a structure that's backed by the government falling? If you just look around without perceiving with a spiritual eye, I know people would be like, oh, so you're getting too deep for me, Nadiie. Well, just look at things logically. If you don't want to use certain spiritual terms, if you was just to look around at the world, you can come to a deduction that something is happening. I may or may not know what it is, but something is happening. If Hollywood, one of the most powerful structures on the planet over that which is physical reality, or what we think physical reality is, with another structure backed by the government, if that falls and big head figures within that structure falls, and we don't know how it fell, or we don't know what happened, then that means, something beyond this stepped in. That's just logically. Because if y'all been in power for over 100 years, and nothing stepped in, nothing could have stopped y'all, but all of a sudden, around the same time as Native American prophecies, this is all still a part of logic. Because this is the stuff that you can look up. There's Native American prophecies talking about today's time. There are songs from years ago, the 50s and the 60s. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. There are so many beings from multiple times. Go into your religions. Look at the prophecies. All of the prophecies, and then cross-reference. You go to your religion's prophecies, and you cross-reference with the Native American prophecies. You look at the Native American prophecies, and you cross-reference with the prophecies of the beings of old. You look at all of these prophecies, and then you cross-reference with your own perceptions. I'm looking at all of these things, and it's pretty interesting that all of this stuff is crumbling around the same time these prophecies are talking. Like, that's interesting. You don't have to fully agree or fully disagree. Just say on some level, this is interesting. That's it. That's all we're asking of you. We're not asking you to fully believe in the eclipse. We're not asking you to fully believe in the light. We're not asking you to fully anything. All we're asking you is to question. Question what's going on. Look at things from a logical point of view. And then when you understand it logically, then you can understand some stuff spiritually. Logically, it's crazy how all of this stuff is happening around the same time as all of these prophecies. And all of these prophecies were 100 years ago. That's kind of crazy. All of these prophecies are 100 years ago. Maybe 50, 60 years ago. Give or take. And it's happening now. That's very interesting. That all we're asking you to do is question. So, exactly. It's at the very least a sign from God, things is to come. That's the TikTok division said that. Exactly. So, like, don't come here expecting that, oh, we're just wanting to will in this type of colonizer energy, convert everybody's minds to the most spiritual perspective. No, 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 no. God's child, that is not what we're here for. All we're here to do is to guide you to questioning things. Because when you ask the right questions, the answers will run to you. When you question things in the right manner, the answers will dive your way. So I don't even have to give you any answers. All I have to do is give you the right questions, and you'll find the answers once you ask the right questions. So not only are we going to be talking about realms and the beyond, how to get there, what they are, why they're here, we're also going to be talking about, we have, should we look at the eclipse if it serves for you to do so? We're also going to be talking about the spiritual court rooms, all right? What they are, how to get there, why they're even important. Then, after the spiritual courtrooms, we're going to actually have a voting segment. And we're going to get to that point, but we're going to vote on how we should take the direction of this. Because in sources downloading this or uploading or willing it in, whatever terminology serves for you, into this vessel right now. Because the goal, we have to constantly put in everybody's faces. This is not just a master. This vessel is not just the son of source sit here to guide you. This is an aspect of yourself. Without you integrating that which is the love that you are, you would not have manifested this. So without you being on the path, this would not have happened. With that being said, you have to understand that we're so much in oneness, you have the ability to guide what this vessel says. Yeshua said, you have to realize you're so powerful. Y'all all as a collective could change my history. If y'all all as a collective said, no, this is how Yeshua was, boom, it'll shift. Look at the world around us. Just look at the world around us. Isn't it so hilarious that now the idea of Yeshua on a mass scale is changing? Oh, we're starting to remember his actual image, but before then people would call us crazy for even saying it, even though those same pictures was around and we been knew about it. Remember, it's a consciousness. So there's so much proof that God gives us, but in one perspective, a perspective of only density, we may see it as subtle, but for the beings that know how God talks, that's not so subtle. When everything changes from the minute to that which is an hour. So as we anchor all of this, know that you have the gift to change everything. So we're going to collaborate because you have to anchor the fact that we're all one. So it's about a collaboration. So we're going to have a voting process on where we can direct this conversation. Because this is simply a conversation. It's not a teaching. It's just a conversation. A conversation with the light. Now, after that, the last segment is going to be a Q&A because we love the Q&As. We love it. And then after that, we're going to do our prayer and stuff like that. So, in true mastery course fashion, let's show everyone who we are. Y'all are the children of source, the children of the light, literally God's child, daughters of heaven, the light workers, star seeds, whatever situations align with you, that's who you are. From the perspective of the numbers, we have the beings that love the numbers and love to dissect the numbers. Well, since y'all love numerologically, we always butcher that word, but since you love that which is numerical, you love all that is numerical, everyone type their birthdays in the chat for the beings that love to dissect all the numbers, for the beings that understand the energy readings behind certain frequencies that we align. My birthday is 010101. By you understanding what my birthday is, you'll know I mean what I say. You'll know, oh yes, oh he is back. 0101 and 01 that's my birthday. Type your birthdays to let everybody know who you is. Type your birthdays in the chat to let everybody know. From the perspective of numbers, I am that I am. From the perspective of spirit, I am that I am. From the perspective of mentality, philosophy, presence. I am that I am. Literally. From every level. The reason why we're having you type your birthdays is for the people that align with the number energy. They're able to see, oh, God's children has now risen again. They're all here as a spirit family. We're dissecting this on all levels, from the astrology point of view, from the astronomy point of view, from the perspective of the numbers, from the perspective of spirit, physicality, mentality, all levels. We're not going to exclude any form of what people think spirituality is just because of whatever. So type them birthdays in the chat. All the people that are doubters, maybe they say, oh, we don't care about the words. Well, look at the numbers. We got We Love Mini Pigs 010365, God's Child. We have Trevor Crow. We got 081974, God's Child. We have Gigi 11875, God's Child. We have Kaylin 2374, God's Child. We have David Davery 739072760, God's Child. We have I Karma, she's back again, 070191, God's Child. Look at all of the children of light. Look around. Never for a moment, ask yourself, where's my spirit family? Because they're literally around you, and you've been coming back every single day. We're extremely proud of you. All of us, extremely proud of you. Look, we got Magnolia Lori, 0803? No, that's 31. Oh, yeah, she's the last day of the month. I like that. 033162, God's Child. Scott, 030202, God's Child. Oh, look at that. 030202. Cindy, we got 10. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. It's just like so many of the children of the light are here. It's just coming. Type them birthdays in the chat. Let everybody know that aligns with the numbers, that align with all of these other forms of spirituality, that we are here. Cindy, we got 101649, God's Child. We have all ranges. For the beings that love Dolores Cannon, remember she was talking about the 3 waves of volunteers in a new earth, and that there's actually a 4th wave that started to emerge again. Well, all the waves are here. The ranges of what y'all think these vessels' ages are here. So don't, this is not just a young thing. This is not just an old thing or a middle-aged thing. The children of the light are timeless. When our soul sees what it is, our soul sees what it is. And we go to the light whether we see it or not. We don't have to wait for a master to have a white beard that's super long in order for us to anchor the information. We cut through beyond the vessel and we see, oh no, that's the son of source. We see our reflection in that which we see through our quote unquote phone. Look at this. We got Kirby. We got 100896, God's Child. We have Thomas. Oh, look at that. 031290, God's Child. All of these beings are coming to show you what it is. So I need everybody to look at all them birthdays that came. Look at all of them birthdays that came, everybody. You can add them up the way you like to add them up. You can align yourself with all there is, just simply from our presence. So don't come to me talking about, oh, it's not that deep. Because you either believe God is all or God is nothing. And if God is all, look up the definition of all. It means everything. So because God is everything, now everything is deep. Don't come to me saying God ain't deep. Because that's what you're saying by saying it ain't that deep. Because you're saying God ain't deep. Because in my reality, I anchored that which is truth. In someone else's reality, they may anchor illusions. But in the Son of Source's reality, all you see that I affirm is that of Source's will. So anything in my reality is deep. Because it is of God. It's that simple. It is of that which is Source. So all of these beings, bravo. We are very grateful for your presence. You put your stamp down. So that's your stamp. Now, as we anchor this, let's do a quick recap, everybody. So this is day 5 of the mastery course for eclipse preparation. If you missed the other days, day 1 through 4, click the link in my bio or my TikTok page. It'll take you to my YouTube page after you click something called Nadiie Black's Guidance. Then you'll see the other days. You can watch them, integrate them before we move on to day 6. Today will be posted because I am off of my other job today. So today will be posted. Yes, we're going live for 7 days. This is day 5. So if you missed the other 4 days, go to my bio, click Nadiie Black's guidance. It'll take you to my YouTube page. You'll see all the days that you missed. So we're going live 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time every day until the 7th. After the 7th, the day of the eclipse, the 8th, we're holding space. We're in the astral realms with it. You integrate everything that you have learned or remembered, depending on what terminology you align with. Beyond the 8th, if y'all really love this live sitting here with us as we're anchoring this information, just DM me. DM me topics. DM me what you would love for me to cover. DM me after the 8th. And then we'll discuss whether we're going to continue this live thing. But right now, Source said, show up for the people until the 8th. Make sure the consciousness of the earth is ready because you are my son. And you have this duty. I didn't send you here just to play games and lollygag with women. I didn't send you here to, click it in the clubs. I didn't send you here to just sit in your house and make music. I didn't send you here for none of this. I sent you here to be the light. So show up for them people publicly and be the light. Get out of your own way. And I was like, okay, let's do it. So, quick recap. Day 1 was all about oneness, knowing thyself. On day 1 of these lives, we asked you to ask yourself 2 questions. What are those 2 questions? 2 questions. The first question is, what do I like to do? You know what you like to do by anchoring your routine. What do you do in your day to day? The second question you ask yourself is, what choices serve for me? You know what serves for you by understanding the choices that actually make you feel good. What are the choices you enjoy? If you ask yourself those 2 questions, what do I like to do? What serves for me? You will anchor the answer because the answers will present themselves. I don't care if the answer says go outside and peel a potato. Sometimes God's guidance isn't just about what you think is vocalized to you. Sometimes God's guidance is, are you going to understand and act upon something beyond yourself? Again, because that may have flew over some people's heads. When you hear the guidance of the beyond, when you hear the guidance of source, I don't care if it's take a walk outside with your shirt off and it's cold. Sometimes it's not just about what you actually heard or what you actually seen. It's about whether you're going to act upon something beyond yourself. You literally have to anchor the statement, get over yourself. And that's why sometimes Source will send, statements and send messages in such a way that makes us feel like our reality is being rattled. Because it literally is. In order to break a cycle, you have to break a cycle. So that's what Source is doing, breaking cycles. That's what Source is doing, literally breaking cycles. So you ask yourself, what do I like to do? What actually serves for me? Then, pardon me, after you ask yourself those questions, you align yourself with what the miracle is. The miracle is you. Now, once you know what the miracle is, you are now in the energy, the frequency of what is miraculous. What is a miracle, everybody? A miracle is a undoer. So much in this world is restrictive. If you hold on and hug on to somebody very tight, what happens? It hurts. Everyone wants to hold on to their money. Everybody wants to hold on to their job, their women, their kids, their relationship, their clothes, the material. This world holds on to things and it never wants to let it go. The miracle undoes. It softens the grip. It lessens the grip. It undoes. The miracle brings you back to 0 and says, what? Choose again. The miracle brings you back to 0 and says, what? Choose again. The miracle brings you back to your natural essence. If you walked 1 mile and you don't like what that mile gave you, the miracle will zoop you back into the crib before you even left the house to go hiking and say, do you want to continue to go straight this time? You want to go left, right, up, down, in and without? That's how powerful the miracle is. It does not give you anything. It takes away. It says, listen, I'm going to bring you to 0 and I'm going to ask you, choose again. Once you align yourself with the 2 questions, what do I like to do? What serves for me? Then you align yourself with the miracle. And you understand that the miracle brings you to 0 and says choose again. Now you will have your purpose. I'm literally giving you the blueprint to know your purpose. Everybody asks, why am I here? I'm literally giving it to you. Now you have the answers, so don't go up to source after this life and say, God, you never told me. God's going to say, per the Akashic records of your life, I sent my son to tell you what it is. Don't say I didn't tell you. Just say you didn't listen. And if you are honest with yourself, I will meet you where you are. If you are in the afterlife and you are honest, be like, yeah, God, I was looking at him and I just scrolled past him. I didn't care. In the afterlife, God will say, the fact that you're honest, perfect. I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to send you back so you can get the information and do that loop again. No, I'm just going to tell you myself because you were honest. So, ask yourself the two questions. What do I like to do? What serves for me? Then you anchor what is miraculous, which is yourself. The miracle brings you back to zero and then says choose again after that. Now I know my purpose because I anchored this information. Now, when you know your purpose, let's say it's a painter, for example. You only look through the eyes of God and everything around you would be considered an opportunity. Well, for example, if you have a kitchen, a couch, a bike, a patio, all of those things that I just named are opportunities. If those things don't pertain to what your purpose is, if you're a painter and you know going outside on the patio is not going to service your painting or give you any inspiration, don't go on that patio. If you know riding that bike ain't going to give you any inspiration, don't ride that bike. If you know going to the club ain't going to give you any inspiration, don't go to the club. But on the flip side, if you know going to the club will give you some inspiration for painting something marvelous, then don't listen to any judgments from anybody else because you're following why God sent you here. You're going to the club because you got some inspiration, you got some intuitive guidance to go there, and it will guide you to painting something that will resonate with many people. So, with that being said, anchor this. When you listen to the steps that we just gave you, you look at all through God's glasses, through God's goggles, through the lenses of source. Now, every single thing is deemed as an opportunity. Well, you now know your purpose because of the steps we gave you. If anything in your life is not going to be feeding that purpose, if anything in your life is not going to be feeding that purpose, then you have to move out the way. Move out the way, don't go in that direction. If you go in that direction, you're going to step on God's guidance. I'm going to give you a quick story about this. I worked at a specific job a few weeks ago, right? And one day, this was probably maybe a month prior to this important situation that happened 2 weeks ago. Maybe 3 weeks ago. I was laying in my bed, had all my work clothes on, and I was like, all right, it's time for me to get up. My body said no. Anytime everything within you said, I don't want to go back to that dreadful place. If you still go and you don't have any actual justification for going, you're going against God's will. You're stepping over the guidance of source. So I said, all right, listen, body. I'm in control. I understand. I was talking to my soul and my spirit as well. Like, listen, we're going to this place because we need this money to make sure we can pay this last bill. If we pay this last rent bill, then we're good. And everybody was in agreement, like, all right. And I got up and I went to work. But then I went on vacation. I planned my vacation. After I planned my vacation, I was like, I'm going to work one more day. And then after it was the 27th of last month, I said, I'm going to work one more day. After I worked that last day, I'm going to get that last little $100 and then I'm good, God. That day came around, right? And I went on a vision quest during my vacation. There was a lot of beautiful things happening. And randomly in one of the days of my vacation, I was like, yeah, I'm never going back to that place. On the vision quest, I'm just partying. So then when the day happened, this is God's guidance. And this is why I'm saying this story is so important. Because if it's not feeding who you are in your existence, move out the way. And sometimes God will step in. At this location, it was a 24-hour location. The 27th came around. It was 10 o'clock, I'm trying to go to work now. I'm mentally preparing myself. I'm going to work this third shift, this graveyard shift. You know, everything is so symbolic. I'm going to work this last graveyard shift, and I'm going to be good. I got to the door. It's a 24-hour location. Get that through your minds. I got to the doors to clock in, because I don't just want to, be a butthead and just leave everybody willy-nilly. I tried to open the door. It was locked. God said, I told you you were done with this place. Don't worry about that bill. I got you. Don't ask no questions. I told you don't go to this place. If whatever opportunity you see is not feeding who you are, leave it alone. And when you are of the light, so much so, sometimes Source will step in and say, listen, you've been anchoring this frequency so much that anytime you walk into any space, your reality of what's truth engulfs that area. So now that allows me to step in and actually make some actions. I made sure I locked that door. Because my son is not going to be working at no dreadful place that he can't stand getting up for. So I left. I gave them like 3 minutes. Oh, they didn't open the door? I'm out of here. I'm free. If something isn't feeding your reality, stop it. Now. So listen. After you anchor this, then that's when we move on to day 2. Day 2 is all about collaboration. We need to stop the judgments. We need to start loving each other more. We need to speak to each other as if everybody was children, which we are. We're the children of light. You're not going to come to me and say you're going to start cussing out and being so vulgar to a child. That's not what's going to happen. Don't act like that. Even if you don't agree, there's a lot of things that children do that we may not agree with or we may not understand. But that does not mean we're going to judge them and bash them. We have to start acting like that for each other. Even if you don't understand something, the first thing should not be shoot it down. The first thing should not be bash it. The first thing should be let me ask a question. And after my question, if you don't answer the question or I don't understand the question, then all bets are off. I'm going to send everything your way. Though I may not agree with that, I can understand it. But if you just off the rip, off the cuff say, forget you, you're stupid, you don't know what you're talking about, this, that, to everybody, your brothers, your sisters, that don't make no sense. You ain't asked a question first. What if they were right? This reminds me of a time where Yeshua sent me a vision. And Yeshua was in a marketplace. He was standing on some crates. Yeshua, the Son of God, as I am. He was talking to all of these beings in the marketplace. He said, Nadiie, don't get mad when people don't listen to you because only 4 or 5 people stopped to listen to me. There was hundreds of people walking past me. I didn't get mad. I just stood in that energy. I became literally a light post for that time period. All I'm saying is, listen, if you don't understand something or you don't get something or something kind of seems funny to you, ask a question. Why are you doing this? What's so important about the eclipse? Why do you wear crystals? Why is this happening? Why are you talking with such? Why are you calling yourself the son of source? Why are you having people state their birthdays? Why are you so infatuated with the light? Ask yourself these questions because we're one. So when you ask me, you're asking yourself. Ask yourself these questions first. And if we don't align with the answer, then, okay, even though I may not agree if you send hates or judgments, I could understand someone sending them. But off the rip, how much do you dislike yourself to just off the strength hate somebody that you don't know? Do you know how much energy you have to give out to dislike somebody? I actually got in a little debate with somebody last month on the 9th. After that situation, I got in that little debate with that person. The next day, you know what I did? Blocked them. I forgive them. I forgive myself for constructing that reality. And I just blocked them. Anytime they come up, I say, hey, I love you. If we was to talk in a public platform, nobody would know that we even had a little, debacle. But you can just exit yourself from the situation. And this transcends for all people. If you're in something that you don't like, that you didn't get answers for, then just leave. Don't stay and instead of, how we are in a garden and we water the plants, don't stay and literally with a blowtorch, just keep blowtorching it. Because all you're going to do is cause a forest fire. And now we're calling Smokey the Bear. Smokey the Bear. They're just causing forest fires. You did say only you. It's him. He's doing it. He got a blowtorch. He just, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. It's like, how is that actually benefiting? You're telling me, truly, You're telling me truly that after you get done judging, the only time I would respect somebody judging and somebody hating is if they're truly, after the fact of them doing that, they're like, I did what I was supposed to do. But if you aren't feeling good or feeling some type of satisfaction or feeling rejuvenated from hating and judging, then why are you doing it? You're not getting nothing. That's like taking a poop with no toilet paper. You're not even prepared for it. Because when you judge another, you judge yourself. So all you do is make your own life harder. And also, let's roll back into day 2. Today's about collaboration. Day 2. This is day 5, but remember, we're recapping. So we talked about day 1. What about oneness? Ask yourself the questions. Then day 2 is all about collaboration. You are all masters. If you see somebody in the comments asking a question and Nadiie is not getting to the question, then that is a test from source for you to step in your masterful energy because you have the answer. This is a community. We are a union. We're all one. 33 type beat. I love that. We are all one. So if you have the answer, support your brother and sister. If your brother and sister is sending hates or judgments to Nadiie, don't bash that person and at them and do all this type of stuff. Show up for them because literally it's psychology. If someone does not understand something, they fear it. And so if someone fears something enough, it triggers a fight or flight response. And so if there's a fight or flight response, you have some people that choose fight because they're on technology and they know this person is miles away, so they're never going to run away. So understand the psychology of what's happening. Yes, it's the amethyst crystal. Yes, show up for them. Do we need glasses for the eclipse? You do not need glasses for the eclipse. You do not need glasses for the eclipse. But if it serves for you, if you aren't used to anchoring the light in that type of energy with your eyes, just wear the glasses. That's if you choose to watch it. You have some beings that choose not to watch it. Me personally, I'm not going to watch it because I'm going to be holding space. So there is no right or wrong, but what we're saying is go there with the intent to hold space, to be in the light. Go there with the intent to hold space and be in the light. Don't just go to the eclipse just to watch something cool. Be a light worker. You can be a light worker and experience bliss and experience freedom and experience that which is cool. But also set aside some time and some energy and some space for God. Yes, I'm going to go here and wash my glasses and put them on and then watch the sun if I so choose to. But also, I'm going to make sure I hold space. That's what serves for us. Me personally, this vessel, I'm not, but it does not mean it's right or it's wrong. Because you still have beings out there that don't know what's happening, that don't know what's going on, and they want to watch it. Well, if there's no light worker over there, who's going to hold space for them? So don't judge someone because they want to go out and watch it, because you don't know if they're a light worker or not. Maybe they need to go out there to hold space for them people, because you're not going to do it because you said, I don't want to go outside during the eclipse. And it's perfect. It's perfectly fine. Some beings are not going to go outside. Some beings are going to be in the spirit realms with it. But don't judge anybody. That's the point. Don't judge anybody. May someone explain holding space. Holding space is void of judgment. You know how certain jobs have a smoking-free zone? When you're a smoker and you step in the smoking-free zone, you know how nobody judges you? That's what holding space is. Holding space is putting up a sign saying, anything that you are, we accept. So there is no possible way we could be mad at you. That's what holding space is. Sometimes you have to hold space for a specific amount of time. It's like, all right, I said I was going to hold space for you for an hour. Now, you tweaking. After the hour and 1 minute, you're tweaking. But for that 1 hour, beloved child, you are all there is. But if you're still not getting it, shift it. I'm going to meet you where you are. You're bugging. We're going to use any form of language that serves for you. See, God cares not about the journey, only the destination. It's only in a generation that judges where a Malcolm X can't become a Malcolm X. Remember, Malcolm X was Detroit Red, this type of gangster person. It's only in a generation of judgment where that can't evolve into something special. God doesn't care if you're a warlock. If you're going to become that which is the light, we don't care how you start off. Because what if you needed to be a part of the dark energy to guide those type of beings to the dark? Because if your sole purpose is the light eventually, if you have a destination, which is the light, and you're in the dark, that means your DNA is activated. So you're like a spy for the light. That's like you're a spy for the light. You're in a covert mission. That's why that's another reason why we say don't judge anybody, because you don't know who's infiltrators for the light. You don't know who God sent as spies to the dark. And to be a spy of the dark, sometimes you have to participate in some dark things. But because we're the light, we're not going to go as far as everybody else. But we're going to do just a little bit, just so to get everybody comfortable. Be like, yeah, I'm really down. Yo, I'm really down. Like, oh, yeah, he down. It's like, yeah, I'm down. And then after everybody lead a meeting, hey, yo, Source, they talked about this. They talked about this. They talked about this. Source, I did this. I'm going to put my actions on the altar, Source. I forgive myself. May you forgive me. We're still on this mission. Source is going to be like, shh, Roger, brother. Roger. Continue being a light. Just make sure. Don't fall victim. Don't go too deep. If they start talking about them kids and stuff, you leave the room. If they start talking about you got to do the kids to get to the next level, just always have, stomach issues. Just always have stomach issues. Be like, shh, all right, bet. Sometimes they be real. So I'm going to pop that one pill that makes us throw up, anytime they start acting all that crazy stuff. There is light workers in every single industry, every single realm. So don't start bashing just everybody, because one of the reasons Hollywood fell is because the light spies that were in there, the spies of the light, they were in there, and they were, how there's a knot, how the rope knots are, how you can pull one string of the rope knot, you can continuously pull one string, and the rope knot gets skinnier and skinnier and skinnier and skinnier. That's what the light workers are doing. Like, oh, nobody watching? Let me just cut the little string off, whoop, and they just run. And everybody's still playing tug of war. Give me this. Another light worker cutting a little string. Whoop. And then all of a sudden, the string break. And everybody's like, dang. People in the dark, they're so egotistical. One side is saying, yeah, we're so strong, we broke the rope. Other side saying, we're so strong, we broke the rope. The light workers, the spies, we're like, yep, little do they know, we was the one cutting the rope the whole time, because we're crumbling this whole thing. But we're going to act like we're part of the dark. So Day 2 was all about collaboration. Collaborate with your people. If in the comments you see there are beings that are asking questions, show up for them. Day 3 was all about miracles. We literally, what's the rope analogy for? The rope analogy was for there are spies in every industry. There are spies in the dark realms, because if you aren't going to bring the light to the dark caves, who will? So there are some beings that anchor the light so much so that they're able to disguise it. And the rope analogy was, let's say one side of dark and the other side of dark was playing a little game of tug of war. Well, a part of being a spy in the dark is you got to do a little bit of dark activity just to prove to everybody, yeah, I'm down. But you don't go too far. And you ask for that forgiveness. You put those type of energies on the altar of source. And then let's say during a tug of war, type of game, you ask to be in the last place. You be in the last position so nobody see you. And you grab a little knife. Let's say it was like one of the ropes, like the normal ropes that has the multiple layers. Let's say, you're in the back. As the light worker spy, you put out a little knife, you cut a little piece of the rope, and you pull it out. And the rope just gets skinnier and skinnier and skinnier. That's how the light infiltrates the dark. They disguise themselves. Day 3 was all about miracles. Remember, we're going live for 7 days, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you missed the other days, click the link in my bio on the TikTok page, and you'll see Nadiie's guidance. You click Nadiie's guidance, you can watch all the 4 days that you missed. Today will even be posted a little sooner because I'm off of my other job today. So Day 3, you could watch Day 3. It was about miracles. We showed y'all how to be present. We gave y'all techniques, tangible techniques to be present. We gave y'all tangible techniques to know how to use Reiki to have light come from your hands. We gave you tangible techniques to put this gold and white light over your body as Yeshua did all them years ago. We gave y'all techniques, and people literally perform miracles on the live. On the live, people were talking about, I'm feeling the energy. I'm feeling, oh my gosh, I didn't know. Well, wow, this is crazy. I'm feeling it, literally. So that's why it's very important for y'all to be around here, because very powerful things are happening. That's what Day 3 was all about. We'll recap a little bit if it serves, but ultimately go to Day 3. Click the link in my bio, click Nadiie's guidance, and just watch it. After this. Day 4, yesterday. Day 4, that live was about essentially aligning itself, aligning oneself with all there is in forms of physicality, and for anything that we think is tangible, it's aligning ourselves with it. So day 4, we was talking about the ethers. We was talking about a lot of beautiful things, and we also gave y'all some very, very powerful gifts on day 4. Day 5, today, day 5, we're going to be talking about the realms of the beyond. Well, how to get to these other realms, because to anchor what a spirit is to know that all of this is beyond you. All right? All like what you see, not this physical body, but all there is. So when we say all of this, we're asking you to see through the eyes of God. So when you see through the eyes of God, you see not a vessel. So when I say all of this, don't think I'm just talking about the body. Right now, we're guiding you to see through the eyes of God. You see me as I actually am. The truth, you understand that this is beyond anything of this flesh. So we're going to be talking about the realms of the beyond, because to understand what is beyond, you have to know what is beyond. So we're going to talk about the realms of the beyond, all the different realms, all the different dimensions, and all of that. We're going to be talking about all of that. That's the first thing. And you know, God's going to guide us to wherever it serves for us to go. The second is how to get to the spiritual courtrooms. There are spiritual courtrooms. There are no judges in the spiritual courtrooms. There are beings called deciders. Then we're going to have a voting segment here. Because remember, each day, we don't just go into the day and after, we get the teachings of the day that we just leave. No, each day we integrate. Each day we integrate. So day 1 was about oneness and knowing thyself. You cannot get to day 2 collaborating until you know someone, know who you are. You cannot help someone else until you know who you are. So day 1 is about knowing yourself. Day 2, we got to day 2 because we integrated day 1, collaboration. Day 3, about performing miracles with one another. You can't get to day 3 without collaboration and knowing yourself. Day 4, about anchoring all there is on all different dimensions of physicality, all different dimensions of density, knowing that you are the light and anchoring that. You cannot do that without those 3 days. And then day 5, let's do this little live thing. Boom. Puzzle live on the done. Day 5 today, we're going to be talking about the realms of the beyond, the spiritual courtrooms. We're going to have a voting segment of where we want the conversation to go, where we want this service to go, because y'all all have that power. And then the 4th thing is going to be a Q&A. So before we get into the realms of beyond, let me see what's going on in these comments. I love how y'all are handling these beings. Remember, as we anchor this light, Source is also going to be testing. So if you see beings that may not necessarily align with you, don't judge them. It's a test for you. And it's a test for everybody else to hold space. Don't say, oh, beloved, we hold space. And until somebody steps in your toe, you'd be like, F you, F you, F you. No, it's a, oh, beloved, hold space. You'd be like, ooh, that kind of hurt. Pardon me. I'm so sorry. And then when you hold that energy, it's like, oh, wow. People, they feel that forgiveness. When you anchor the light and you anchor forgiveness, even the most buttheadest of the buttheads, they'll be like, you're not feeding me. So now I kind of feel weird. Why aren't you throwing hate my way? Now I feel weird. So anchor what the truth is. All right. If y'all ready to hear about the realms of the beyond, type 33s in the chat. If y'all ready to hear about the realms of the beyond, the astral realm, the different dimensions, how to go there, why they're there, all of that, type 33s in the chat. What is 33s? 33s is a mudra that we created. It means Hania. That is spirit warrior. Hania is Hopi. It means spirit warrior. 33s is for spirit warrior. When you align yourself with the warrior energy, the spirit warrior energy, then it's like this. You expose the wounds that's within you. You cannot heal a wound unless it is exposed. You cannot pour ointment on top of covering. You cannot put bandages on top of covering. The only way to heal an infection is to reveal it. So when you ask God, listen, I'm ready, show me what this is, and you say 33s, not only are you saying this is my last lifetime on earth, for I am transcending this lifetime, not only are you saying I'm going to be integrated within your will source, you're saying, I am a spirit warrior. All right, I see them 33s. All righty, that's what we love to see. So, the realms of the beyond. First, second, and third dimension. They all go hand in hand. They play a part with one another. Third dimension is simply a dimension of density that is being layered. So each dimension has a being associated with it. The dimension itself is a being, all right? Let's just stick with the third dimension, because talking about the first and the second, that's going to be a little too much for people, because you necessarily do not want to go to those dimensions. They do not feel good at all. Some people describe this, because some people are saying why. Some people describe the first and the second dimension as hell. Even though we know hell doesn't exist, but just to say that's what it feels like, I don't want to go there. I'm going to take your word for it, buddy. Sometimes we just got to take other people's word for it. We don't got to get in the water. Like, oh, you said the water is hot? Bet, I'm not going in. I don't got to touch it. I don't got to put my big toe in the pool to see if it's steaming or bubbling. I don't need to do all that. If the hot tub too hot, it's too hot. He said it. He said he got burnt. Okay, then we're going to go off of what he said. The third dimension, let's start here. The third dimension is a realm that is essentially the representation of what separation is. All forms of separation, it has roots within the third dimension. The fact that you feel like you can judge another and not only love, third dimension. The fact that you're even able to judge, third dimension. The fact that you think you're in a vessel that's separate from God, third dimension. The fact that you think this is a being through a camera lens, third dimension. The fact that you think this is a being through a camera lens talking back to you, third dimension. The fact that you just don't think that we're all one to begin with, third dimension. All of this is the third dimension. Now, if you were to astral project and go to the third dimension, you can speak to the being itself. Why would we want to speak to the dimension beings or the dimensional beings, Nadiie? Well, the dimensional beings, they give laws. So the collective consciousness of every realm, they are like voters. They're like the politics, or politicians. You know how we go into the voting booth to vote in people? That's what the collective consciousness is. We're like the beings that's voting. The dimension itself is the ones that adhere to what we say serve. So on the soul level, we all constructed this world. Because on the soul level, we all agreed to, it's okay to be separate from all there is. On the soul level. So that's why we say when you anchor forgiveness, first forgive. You always start with yourself. You always start forgiving yourself. You always start forgiving yourself because you're part of the reason. A part of the reason. You're not the reason, you're a part of it. We're all a part of it. We're all in this together. So, the dimension gives laws that the collective consciousness deems as so. You can ask the dimension, what are the laws of this realm? The dimension will tell you the laws of the realm, like gravity. The dimension will tell you the laws of the realm, like structure. Well, part of the third dimension, the reason why this part is so important, the third dimension is all about structure. The third dimension is all about planning. The third dimension is meticulous with structure and planning, okay? The reason why this is important is because when you see your reality and you see things just happening that didn't used to happen before, if you see things that necessarily aren't so structured and they're so willy-nilly and they're just so free-flowing, that's when you can recognize I'm not in the third dimension, because there's literally a law in the third dimension for things to be structured and things to be planned. A square is a square for as long as we say squares exist. For whatever reason, if a square then becomes a circle, we are no longer in the physical reality. We are no longer in the third dimension. When things start changing, if you put your car keys down on the table, and you always put your car keys down on the table, and then you leave the house and you come back and you're the only person living at that house and the car keys are not on that table, something just happened. What in the world just happened? Again, if you drive down a street and you always see this sign, And let's say there's a Tim Hortons. You're driving down the street and you pull into the Tim Hortons. And then it's like, let's say it's like a billboard or something. And you pull out the Tim Hortons and that billboard is no longer there. Something just happened. When you're starting to see ETs in Miami, something is happening. When Hollywood is crumbling, something is happening. This is alerts that we're no longer in the third dimension. Because why? The third dimension is about planning and structure. So when things are free-flowing and are changing by the second, you're no longer in the third dimension. What dimension are we at, Nadiie? We are in the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension, a square can be a triangle. The fourth dimension, a square can be a circle. A fourth dimension, a square can be a diamond. In the fourth dimension, a square can turn and be a straight line. The fourth dimension, things can just change. The fourth dimension, things can just change. Now, in the fourth dimension, there are still judgments and there's still pains. But what happens in the fourth dimension is, you know how the third is about planning and structure. The fourth dimension is simply about choice. We have wielding fool. The eclipse will come and go, bro. If you say that, then it serves. There's no right or wrong with God. There's only what we accept and what we choose to not accept. What we're understanding and anchoring is this is not just for the eclipse. This is to prepare for the eclipse. Because people are putting so much stock in the eclipse. So if someone is putting so much stock and energy into something, and you know you have the means to benefit from it, then benefit from it. If the collective consciousness are putting so much energy into the eclipse, even if you don't necessarily agree with it, you would be doing yourself a disservice to be like, God, just say a simple prayer. Be like, God, I may not agree with the eclipse. I think, frankly, all these people are crazy. But on the off chance that they're right, God, guide me to seeing as you see. There's nothing wrong with standing in your reality. Because if you say the eclipse is just going to come and go, then that's what's going to happen. Because you're so powerful, wielding fool. You're so powerful. What you say goes in your reality. So in your reality, nothing is going to happen. But because the collective consciousness itself is putting so much energy into this, just on the 8th, to say a quick prayer. Like, you love God, right? Just on the 8th, to say a quick prayer. Be like, yo, God, I think they're all crazy, but on the off chance that one of them is right, not all of them, on the off chance that one of them is right, God, guide me to seeing as you see. Is that simple? We're not asking you to do anything, willing soul, willing fool. Just say a quick prayer. Like, there's no, I don't see why there are quarrels about that. Just say a quick prayer. So, the fourth dimension is all about, and wielding fool. Know that all of this information is for benefiting. And remember, wielding fool is an archetype. So when we're speaking to him, we're speaking to all the beings that have integrated with the thoughts that he produced. Wielding fool. When have you heard me mention archetype or mention eclipse until I just mentioned it? We're talking about knowledge and wisdom that benefits you for your life. Information that you can benefit by, you can receive the benefits of this information when you pass it on to your kids. All we're saying is love, be a nice person, integrate all there is, and know that you are enough. And when you anchor this, all an eclipse is from its most symbolic form, because on some level, I could agree with you. But on its symbolic form, all an eclipse is shining and shedding light on something differently. Well, you can utilize that energy to have your life be shined upon differently. But if you really listen to all that we're saying, wielding fool, all we're saying is be a nice person. And because we meet, as a master, what masters do is meet people where they are. Because people are putting so much energy in the eclipse, we're going to utilize this energy and be like, listen, since y'all love the eclipse so much, if y'all really want to see the power of what this really could be, integrate being love. So what is the fourth dimension? The fourth dimension is about choice. You still have hates and judgments and all of that in the fourth dimension. We're so much in the light. Exactly. Woody Full said, I am a nice person. I didn't anyone to tell me that. Exactly. The fact that, and that's why I started it off saying you're a master. Whatever you like in your reality will show up for you. You love all God's creations. That's beautiful. So make sure everybody holds space for Woody Full and that archetype that he represents. The reason why we called him a master is because we knew he was going to say a masterful statement like, I love all God's creations. I didn't need nobody to tell me to be loved. Well, look up the definition of all. For one to say look up the definition of love. For you to say you love all, then love all. Don't be like, I love all, but not that. That's stupid. Because that means you love some. So now you have to be a soul of your word. Don't be a man of your word. Be a soul of your word. And right now I'm not even talking about Wielding Fool. I'm talking about other people. Because I've seen there were other people. Because Wielding Fool is a master. Period. I love all God's creations. Now what? The Joker. That's him playing. That's we playing poker. He put down the Joker. All right, you got it, Wielding Fool. You know what it is. But for everybody else, learn from Wielding Fool. Learn from it. Learn that we don't have to go back and forth. We can just love. And we can find a middle ground. Because remember, we're not asking you to believe anything. We're not asking you to, subscribe. We're not embracing colonizer energy. All we're asking you to do is just question the reality. Because remember what I told y'all yesterday. When y'all transcend, one of my purposes for being here is when you go into the afterlife, I don't want you to say, God, you didn't tell me. God, you didn't warn me or anything. You didn't tell me. No. Because God's going to be like, I sent my son Nadiie to show you. That's my only, I care about, I love y'all so much. I'm willing to live, not die on the hill. I'm willing to live on this hill for y'all and be like, nah, these are the children of the light. So, are fairies real? Yes, fairies and nature spirits are real, but you have to go to a specific dimension to see them, or anchor a specific frequency, which is very hard. But contrary to popular belief, fairies are not as fun as you think. They're very mischievous. The fourth dimension is about choice. So, for example, we're in the fourth dimension. If you was to hit or like stub your toe, right? In the fourth dimension, you have a choice whether to be like, or I'm cool. Like when I hit my toe or something, in the fourth dimension, I will be like, because since we're in the fourth dimension, I'll be like, I'm God's child. Because I'm a little I'm clumsy. I got a little knot on my forehead because I was chasing my sister in the house when we was young. She opened a door right in the pathway. Bam! Just big knot, Looney Tunes knot on my forehead. I had a Looney Tunes knot on my forehead. So I'm clumsy. So what I'm saying, I be dancing because I integrate my inner child. I did not allow my inner child to die. I don't see adults. I don't believe in adults. All I see is elongated children. That's all I see. It's elongated children. I don't see adults. And I would never allow my inner child to run away. I'm like, no. So I nurture my inner child. So I'll be dancing. I'll be laughing. If you see me in the light, you'll be like, that is not no spiritual master. He is just like a free soul. And then I'll hit my elbow. I'll hit my funny bone. I'll be like, we're in the fourth dimension. I have a choice to see if this hurts or not. The fourth dimension is about choice. It does not mean all that's in the third dimension isn't so. Can you load an AK-47? When I used to play Call of Duty, I could. The fourth dimension is not about removing ourselves from the third dimension. The fourth dimension is simply anchoring everything that we learned from the third dimension, but now we're going to lessen the grip of it. So instead of us being so reactionary, like in the third dimension, if we was to stub our foot or stub our toe, it would instantaneously hurt. In this dimension, the fourth dimension, we have a choice. So the fourth dimension is about choice. All right? So anytime your choice matters, you're in fourth dimensional energy. Anytime your choices matter, you're in fourth dimensional energy. Anytime someone is restrictive upon your choices, leave because they are in third dimensional energy. Would you or could you kill a man? No, because I don't see men and women as a thing. I only see that which is God's children, and God's children cannot die. God's children cannot even live. We just exist. So it's not a matter of what I, take a life or reveal a life. It's a matter of there's no such thing as life or what y'all think death is. There's no such thing as that. There's just existing. Because God is neither one or the other. So, at any point in time, so in the third dimension, the cause and effect is immediate. Exactly. Everybody, people, you can tell when someone is operating out of third dimensional energy. That's what Patrick Starr asked that question. Because they are very reactionary. They're very materialistic. They're very reactionary. The fourth dimension is about choices. And essentially, when we align ourselves with choices or we're in situations where our choices matter, then we're in fourth dimensional energy. Now, Nadiie, well, what is the fifth dimensional energy? We understand that the third dimension is about structure. A square is always going to be a square. And the fourth dimension, a square could be a single line. In the fourth dimension, things could change. You can put your keys down in the fourth dimension. One time, you'll leave. You always put your keys on the table. But the one day you come back, your keys is on the floor. And you ain't got a dog. You ain't got nothing. But you heard the keys hit the table. That you're in the fourth dimension because things can change. Because we go in and out of realms and portals constantly. And for people that want sources, right? Because, we have people that love proof. And they'd be like, you can't find proof for physicality or spirituality and physicality. Yes, you can. Dolores Cannon. That's why we love her so much. Dolores Cannon created a technique of hypnosis where she would go to the somnumistic level of the subconsciousness, which is the deepest part of the subconsciousness. And in that part, the clients that she had, what would emerge from them essentially would be a different person. And this being literally just knows everything. And she said it was interesting at first because this being was speaking with so much authority. And then she started to realize, I think I'm talking to the source. Because there was clients that she had all over the world. And all over the world, they don't even know each other. But when she got to the last part of the session, the spirit that will come through will be the same spirit. If she was in New Jersey, it would be that same spirit that showed up in Arkansas. It'd be like, let's continue our conversation from when we was in Arkansas. She was like, oh, snaps. What is going on? And if you just read Dolores Cannon books, she will give you her transcripts of these conversations. Literally the proof. The proof of questioning. Something is different. That's it. All we want you to do is question. So that's our source. Look up the Dolores Cannon book, 3 Waves of Volunteers and the New Earth. Go get that book. Go buy that book, 3 Waves of Volunteers and the New Earth. All it is transcripts of her sessions. It's so powerful because you're seeing directly what source is saying and how it's happening and certain realities and stuff. You'll be like, wow, I feel like I've lived this before because you have. And that's not like a typical book. That's why, because I don't like books. But that is like, oh my gosh, this is powerful. That, and of course, the only 2 books I would ever really read is that, the 3 Waves of New Earth, the 3 Waves of Volunteers and the New Earth, and a book called A Course in Miracles. But A Course in Miracles is not a read book. When you are of this ilk, it's like you use like intuitive flipping. You'll pick up the book, you'll intuitively flip to a page, you'll read as much as your intuition says read, and you'll close the book. That's the only thing I will ever do with that book. Because it's so powerful. It's not just something you read through. It's that much in Christ consciousness. So now we anchor what the third dimension is. It's all about instantaneous materialism. Everything is so structured. Yes, I think there's an audiobook for it as well. All of Dolores Cannon's readings or books, they're really, really, really good. Because they're truth. It's not like, the reason why I love Dolores Cannon's book so much is she's getting out the way. She's not authoring really nothing. All she's doing is transcribing. She's saying, look, y'all, look what I discovered. That's all she's doing. So it's not like no ego or anything in the way. It's like, y'all, I'm having these sessions and this just keeps happening. That's what all her books are. I'm having these sessions and these just keep happening. I think there's something going on. What do you think? Here's my book. And then she would do it live. She had live sessions where she would put people in hypnosis live. So she'd be like, y'all think I'm lying? Look, I'm going to go and use my technique and watch what happens. And people will be like, oh, snap, she's documented. So that's our source for some of this stuff. Not all of it. But you can, when you read that, if you still want some proof or whatever, then a lot of this will make sense. Because it's about channeling. So our first source is the source of all. It's God. But if that's too much, go to Dolores Cannon. What is the fifth dimension now? We talked about the third and the fourth, the fifth. We're going to go up to the seventh dimension. Because past the seventh dimension, nothing really matters. Like the Lauryn Hills, nothing even matter at all. Literally. What you think, man, because like the way we think doesn't even exist in the seventh. It really don't even exist in the fifth. But there's sometimes it does. Because we're still from the fourth. But from like when you get to the sixth and the seventh dimension, how we even perceive things and think doesn't even exist there. It's a whole new way of existing. The fifth dimension, you get to the fifth dimension, it's 7D Christ consciousness is beyond dimensionality. Christ consciousness is saying, I understand that there are an infinite amount of dimensions, so there's an infinite amount of evolving, but when you see something that is infinite, you see cycles. Do you mean that I will just evolve forever? That's a cycle. Christ consciousness is not a cycle. Christ consciousness is realizing that all of this, everything there is a simple decision that we made in our mind. Everything you see, Christ consciousness is anchoring and knowing the fact that all of this is a simple decision we made in our mind. So literally everything we see, everything. Look up the definition of everything. Everything. If all there is a simple decision we made in our mind, you live that way. You stand in your commander energy. That's what Christ consciousness is. All of this is of my construction. So if I want to choose something differently, I can command it. And the moment I start anchoring that frequency, that Christy frequency, my ears start blaring and ringing and all of that. But I have to make sure, because if I utilize Christ consciousness too much, like on the third day when I was performing miracles with people, literally people was performing miracles. On the third day, people were saying the live was lagging and stuff like that. I have to be very wary of the energy that we emit because it will mess up the technology. And we're utilizing the term wary for human transcription. It's just being aware. So we don't want to mess up the technology because we want this live to go well. So the fifth dimension, you're not going to be in what you think a physical vessel is. The fourth dimension, you're still in a physical vessel, just more emphasis on choice. And things are free-flowing. The fifth dimension, you are in something called a light body. You are in a light body. The closest way you can experience the fifth dimensional experience here is by astral projecting or lucid dreaming. The closest way you can experience what the fifth dimension is really astral projecting, because lucid dreaming is you're in the fourth dimension. When you lucid dream, you're just in the fourth dimension. But when you astral project, then you're able to go to the fifth and the sixth and the seventh dimension. It's astral, not astro. It's astral. It's an A-L at the end. When you astral project, you're able to go in the fifth, sixth, and seventh dimension. What is the fifth dimension? The fifth dimension, see it as water. When you if you go in the ocean, you grab a cup, you take some water, you have a full cup, but there is still a full ocean. You pour it, it looks like nothing changed, but you know you contributed. The fifth dimension is that level of oneness. The fifth dimension is like an ocean. Oneness. That's the best way to explain it, because when we start getting into dimensional wisdom, human ways of explaining, and this is how I can tell when people don't know about these dimensions, because they're using their brain to try to describe it. When you get past the fourth dimension, you have to start using analogies. That's why Yeshua spoke in parables. You have to start using analogies and metaphors, because there is no literal way to explain what these things are, because the way we think and the way we speak don't exist there. So, like, for example, the reason why Yeshua would say, heaven is like a kingdom. He didn't say heaven is a kingdom. He said it's like one. Because when you get to those dimensions, the way we speak literally doesn't exist there. So I have to try to figure out a way, well, in this time, y'all think kingdoms are so beautiful and so magnificent and so like paradise? Well, that's kind of like what heaven is. So the fifth dimension is like an ocean. For the fifth dimension is the first embracing of oneness. regardless of what happens. Again, the fifth dimension is the first embracing of oneness. The fifth dimension is the first embracing of oneness. So it's like a ocean. It's literally like a ocean. Hey, y'all, remember, for those that's asking questions, we are all masters. So if you see people asking questions and I don't answer it, God is testing you as a master to go answer those questions. Don't just come to this live and think that Nadiie is the only master. You are in the presence of your entire spiritual lineage, your family. So support your brothers and sisters and ask those questions. We are intentionally not asking no questions because we know there are other masters in here that have the answers. So don't just value Nadiie if you don't value everyone else. Because if you don't value everyone else, you're not valuing me. Again, if you aren't valuing everyone else, you're not valuing me. Like even Yeshua was talking about. Yeshua was saying what somebody asked Yeshua, how can we, bring forth our gratitude for you? Like, how can we make you happy, Yeshua? And Yeshua said, live like me. I don't need anything from you. Live like me. And when you live like a master that shares, you share. So essentially what he's saying is you share and you show love. That's how you respect and live like me. Respect is sharing and showing love. The fifth dimension is like an ocean. All right? The sixth dimension. Yes, exactly. The sixth dimension. Okay, now we're going to have to really pull some analogy here. Because it's very, very wonky. All right, so we want to say Doctor. We're going to start off with Doctor Strange. The sixth dimension is like, the scene in Doctor Strange where the ancient one hit his chest and his astral body came out and he was going through all of those dimensions. The sixth dimension is like that. Not the act of going out the chest, it's the act of going through all of the dimensions. The sixth dimension is like everything at once. So that if the fifth dimension is oneness and everything is just so unified, and even if you take something away, it still seems full, the sixth dimension is like, oh, you're just experiencing. It's just experience. It's literally experience. Like, the sixth dimension is so powerful. Let's say you didn't know how to cook, and you say, I want to know how to cook. In the sixth dimension, you will experience a lifetime in 1 second of a master chef. That's how the sixth dimension is. You will experience long lifetimes in seconds. By the second, everything just happens. That's what the sixth dimension is. Everything just happens. The seventh dimension is a being process. It's like isness. It's a being process. It's isness. That's why Archangel Metatron aligns with 7. Archangel Metatron is about 7. Said the number 7. You'll hear Metatron utilize the frequency and the energy of 7 a lot. 7 is a isness. Because when you get to the 7th dimension, remember I said everything else beyond the 7th dimension doesn't really matter. Because now you're in a complete new level of existence. Not different laws, different levels of existing. How you think you feel, how you think you see, hear, taste, all of that is completely different. Senses just don't exist. There's a complete new foundation for existing. That's what we have to anchor. When we get to the 7th dimension, it's just different. It's all about being. It's an isness process. That's why we say being in this now. Exactly. The 6th dimension is kind of similar to a kaleidoscope. But the 7th dimension is a being process. That's why when you anchor being, when you anchor presence, being in the now, that's 7th dimensional wisdom. Beings of the 7th dimension came here on this earth as culture bringers. There's many native tribes and many tribes in the histories, in our history. If we move away from that which is spirituality and we just talk about what's logical in history, there's many prophecies about, the corn woman, the water woman. There's beings from these higher realms that will come to this realm as culture bringers. The beings that told us to be and focus on the now and only remain present, that's beings from the 7th dimension. That's 7th dimensional wisdom. The beings that say be in oneness, be like water. Remember Bruce Lee was talking about that? That's 5th dimensional wisdom. The beings that say everything is happening at once, be timeless. You don't have to worry about none of that. Everything that you have is within you. That's 6th dimensional wisdom. Everything is coming together, right? You see it woven together. After you move past that, the way we exist is different. So because there's some people that's going over their heads. In this life that you think you're living, you operate through senses. All right? In this life that you think you're living, you operate through senses. So in this life, your existence is based on your senses and what you can attribute to your senses. Well, try to imagine what it would be like if you had no senses. You'll be like, oh, I can't even imagine that. Exactly. That's what the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, and all the other dimensions is like. There's no sense. It's different levels of existing. It's gone. Like, oh, snaps. That's what the beyond, right? So that is, I wouldn't say necessarily peace. There's peace in every realm. Like once you get past the 4th dimension, peace and love is easier to integrate. But remember that there are galactic wars. Like no inner voice. That I'm so grateful Source had you say that. In these higher dimensions, you become your inner voice. So what you think this is, there's no I'm listening to my inner voice. No, you are your inner voice. It's like a going within process. So when you get past the 7th dimension, it's like you kind of warp and you go inside of yourself. Where is this information coming from? The source. My source is the source. The way this information is flowing through me is the same source that Jesus was going through. It's the same source that Buddha was going through. It's the same source that Gandhi was going through. We made a bar because we make music. We made a bar. We said, believe it. Believe it. It's all right. Read it. Why you think that God's gifts stopped at Jesus? See, people thought Jesus was crazy. Y'all have to remember, at that time, Jesus, A.K.A. Yeshua, got crucified. So people didn't don't act like everybody loved him. It's only in this time where everybody loved him. People in his time was calling him crazy, spitting on him, just like people doubt and this day we are trying to bring love. He experienced the exact same thing. So don't give me this malarkey that, oh, Jesus was so beloved and everything. He got crucified. Are we forgetting that? Buddha got crucified. Are we forgetting that? When Buddha left his palace and all his riches, people despised him. You're supposed to be the next king. Why are you meditating in front of a tree? Anytime the light is present in a land of darkness, they're going to get persecuted. Period. So where's this information coming from? It's the exact same source as the beloved masters. It's the exact same source as the beloved. The exact same source. But then you have some people saying, well, no, everybody loves Jesus. So if everybody if we don't know what you're talking about, if we don't agree what you are, then you can't be doing the same source. No. You love Jesus. You love Yeshua. People in his time did not. No, they did not. We love him because we know what it is, and we're looking at it from an outside perspective. I remember I was talking to a religious person. I was walking to one of my old jobs, and you know how they have people that's preaching about, come to this religion? I was saying, I'm like, Jesus wouldn't have been doing this. Yeshua would not have been doing this. Yeshua wasn't saying come to a structure. Yeshua was saying go back home. If Yeshua came back as its full expression, just like as it did back then, if Yeshua came back, I would say 80% of the population would not like him. Again, if Yeshua came back, about 80% of the population would not like him. Because he does not deal with hypocrisy. He does not deal with, oh, I'm going to love one day and I'm going to hate another day. It's like you're going to be of God or you're not going to be of God. And he will call it out. The Pharisees, like you look at the story that they talk about, the Pharisees. I know your book better than you. He was talking about like, oh, isn't this in your book? isn't this in your book? Why are you acting this way? But in your book it says act this way. So don't come to me talking about, oh, your information is wrong, or your information is not the same information of the Christ, when the way you're acting is the same way the world was acting toward the Christ. He didn't just have 12 disciples. He had actually hundreds, and most of them were actually women, because at that time, and even now, women were more intuitive. But he flipped the table in the churches. He didn't play about God. Yeshua did not play about God. That's what I'm saying. 80% of the population, because today's time, people are just so judgmental. He would go in on all of them in the most loving way. And people wouldn't like him. Yeshua would be just like how Nadiie is right now. He'd be a little more blissful though. But he would turn up on all of y'all. Turn up on all of y'all. He wouldn't use profanity. He wouldn't use any of those things. That's why, yeah, exactly. So many kings were mad at him. And I'm not of any religion. I'm not of any religion. When I first met Yeshua, when I astral projected, the first thing he told me was, Nadiie, remove me from the religion. I am a man that just so happens to be around a structure. I myself did not put myself in no structure. I myself as Yeshua did not promote Christianity. I myself as Yeshua actually was against religious structures. I was going against Judaism. Because I wasn't going against it just to go against it, because I love everybody. I was going against the idea that there's only one place where God is. That's what Yeshua was going against. So when people was talking about, yeah, he didn't like Judaism, it's not that he didn't like Judaism. He didn't like the fact that they were saying, in order for you to reach God, you have to come here. Because remember, at that time, religion was law. Judaism was law. If you was in a specific area where the church was that giant church and you didn't believe, they were going to get persecuted. It was law. So Yeshua came to say, no, you don't have to go to this one building and only this building to reach our Father. For I am the Father. It's not saying that he is God. What he's saying is God is within. And I'm going to embrace this so much and show you that a human is capable of doing it. See, the Yeshua's teachings is so deep, it goes over. And it's not just Yeshua, and we want to get into that. And this is all part, I see where God is taking us today. Yeshua is saying a human is capable of this level of light. That's why he did what he did. That's why he said what he said. Yeshua today, he would be banned from like 90% of all churches. Because Yeshua today would go in every church and say, you don't need to be here to find God. And I'm going to prove it. So when people look at me and say, and this is not anger, I'm passionate. Yeshua, the Christ, is the Christ. I am Christ. I am another son of source. What you're seeing is another way, it's another fractal of how Yeshua or any Christ being would be. Me and you are the same, we're one. So how the Christ is, the Christ don't play about God. I am Christ in conscious, embodied, all of that. If you don't like the term Christ, it's God's will. We say God's will. But what I'm saying is fact, and you are as well, for we are one. The reason why so many beings are infatuated with this planet is this entire planet is a Christ planet now. New Earth is every single being is as powerful as Yeshua. So the reason why we're talking about this is, remember, we're talking about dimensions. We're talking about getting beyond dimensions. Remember we said that. Beyond dimensionality. Remember I said past the seventh dimension, it doesn't matter? Well, that's why we're steering into this Christ information. God's will information. So in order for you to understand the beyond, you have to understand what Christ consciousness is. But in order for you to understand what Christ consciousness is, you have to first recognize that you're seeing literally another son of God. And just as potent, as powerful, and as, passionate as I am about source, that's how you are. For we are one, there's no difference. And that's how Yeshua would be. People would not like him. He will go in every single church and say, I love this place. I love you. But just know, I need everybody. He will literally go in every church and be like, listen, I need everybody to recognize that though this place is of worship and of peace, you don't have to always go here. So if you miss a Sunday, it's okay. If you miss a Sunday, it's fine because God is within you. So, yes, that's all of that to say that's where I get my information from. It's in formation. It's in formation. Information is you going within and you have some formation. You have form. Formation, single file line. You go within and then you have form. That's what information is. So, does that make sense? I know I don't want to go off on a tangent, go too deep. Let me know if that makes sense, everybody. Type in the chat if it makes sense. Say yes, say no, say whatever. Does that make sense, everybody? Everybody type in the chat, yes or no. Does that make sense? Alrighty. Alrighty. Thank you. And all the people that we see in the comments that may not agree or may not get it, don't judge them, don't bash them. Because like we said yesterday, if someone is intentionally throwing judgments and throwing shade and throwing hate, but they're still in the presence of the light, then understand that their soul is making the action to be here. It's just their ego that's talking. So when someone is like, if you're saying, well, if you don't like the light, just leave. Their soul is saying stay. So that's why we're saying meet your brothers and sisters where they are. If they're throwing hates and judgments, but they're still here, that means on a soul level, they know it's okay to be here. This is the light. This is the truth. So don't judge them. Don't judge them. What we're saying is, if there are people that send hate and send in judgments and all of that, but they're still here in the live, they're still in the classes, they're still infatuated with the light, that's their soul being present. That's a master. It's just their ego that's talking, that's sending those statements. So forgive yourself for seeing that and not seeing past their flesh. So when people will be like, oh no, that's stupid, or nah, that's con information, or all of this, I'll be like, I love you. Why? Because you're still here. I don't care about what you say. Remember, my goal is for when you go into the afterlife, I don't want you to say, God, I wish you would have told me. Because God's going to say, per Akashic Records, I sent my son, Nadiie, to go show you the information. Don't say I didn't tell you, just say you didn't listen. So, remember, we're going live for 7 days until April 7th for this eclipse. If you missed the other days, this is day 5. If you missed the other days, click the link in my bio, click Nadiie Black's guidance, and you'll see my YouTube page. You'll see the other days that's posted. Today will also be posted, all right? So today was all about the realms of the beyond. We have the spiritual courtrooms now. So we just got done talking about the realms of the beyond. Now we're talking about the spiritual courtrooms, all right? We want to do a quick recap, a very quick recap on all the days. There's no coincidence that the teachings align with the day. Day number 1 was all about asking yourself these 2 questions. What do I like to do? What serves for me? You know what you like to do by understanding your day-to-day routine. You know what serves for you by anchoring what choices you actually enjoy. Then you understand what the miracle is. What is the miracle? The miracle is a undoer. This world holds on to things so tight. If you hug onto somebody really, really tight, what happens? It hurts. Get off of me. The miracle undoes. It brings you back to 0 and says what? Choose again. The miracle brings you back to 0 and says what? Choose again. The miracle brings you back to 0 and then what? Choose again. That's what the miracle asks of you. Now you see everything through the eyes of God. I'm living this light and I'm literally giving you the blueprint to knowing your purpose and your existence. Apply this information. You see everything through the eyes of God. When you know your purpose and your existence, and you will when you follow these steps in order, then if something isn't feeding your purpose or your existence, you leave it alone, period. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't care if it's a relationship, a friend, a form of food, a turn-up spot. If it has nothing to do with your existence, leave it alone. But if it does, If you can justify that this will inspire me in my existence, then do it. I don't care if it's the club. If you're a cook and you know going to the club will inspire you because you'll hear a conversation about certain meals people will like in certain environments, and you want to have a food truck and you want to put your food truck in that environment and you want to know what the people are talking about and what type of foods they like. If you can justify what serves for your purpose, then do it without focusing on the judgments of everybody else. Day 2 is all about collaboration. Don't just come here thinking that a master is talking to you. Come here knowing that every single person in this life is a master. So if you see comments in the comments, if you see questions in the comments, then focus on them. Answer the questions if you see them, because you're a master. If Nadiie intentionally avoids a question, that means God is testing you because you have the answer. So answer and show up for your brothers and your sisters. Day 3, we literally performed miracles. Make sure you go onto my page, click the link in the bio, click Nadie's Guidance. It takes you to my YouTube page. You watch the other lives. We're on a day 3 now. Day 3, because all of these lives will be downloaded and posted to my YouTube page. Day 3, we literally showed you how to do Reiki, cover your body in this white and gold light. We literally perform miracles on camera. All of those techniques is there. Day 4, yesterday, anchoring this light, anchoring how to exist and be this light on this dimension and all other dimensions. Day 5, we're talking about beyond the realms. We just talked about the astral realms, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th and 7th dimension. We just talked about dimensionality because you have to know dimensionality. You have to know what's beyond yourself. A spirit information or a spirit frequency is known that you're beyond even the thoughts. You're beyond all of this. But to know what's beyond is to know what's beyond. So that's what we're telling you about the realms. We told you about the realms. We talked about the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th dimension and beyond it. Beyond it, which is Christ consciousness. Now we're moving on to the second, let's say, corner piece or flagpole of this live. Or check mark. The second thing is about the spiritual courtrooms. Ooh. All right, everybody. Type 33s if you're ready for the spiritual courtrooms. Type 33s in the chat if you're ready to start talking about the spiritual courtrooms. Type 33s in the chat if you're ready to start talking about the spiritual courtrooms. How to get there. What are the spiritual courtrooms? There's no such thing as judges. There's no such thing as beings that judge. There's no such thing as Your Honor, the judge. There's only deciders. And we're the collective consciousness. The collective consciousness is the jury. All right, I see them 33s. 33. People are asking, what is 33? I hear your spirits. I hear your words, your consciousness. You're asking, well, what is 33? Why are people typing it? 33, it's a mudra, this vessel created with the help of Christ consciousness itself, with the help of God's will. We say refer to each other as God's will. Don't say, hey brother, hey sister, hey queen, hey king. Say, hey, God's will. Refer to each other as God's will. Christ consciousness, God's will, guided us to create this mudra 33. It means spirit warrior. It means Hania. Hania means spirit warrior. We, me and Yeshua, yes, Jesus, me and Yeshua literally created this hand in hand. And if you want to meditate with this frequency, so this is literally a Christ frequency. If you want to meditate with it, you pull out your 33s, you lock them together, and you have the infinity sign right here. And this is how you do it. Again, you got those 33s, you align them together, you got infinity. This is one of the most powerful mudras you can utilize in today's time. Literally curated by God's will itself. Let's talk about the spiritual courtrooms. To anchor the spiritual courtrooms, to even get in the spiritual courtrooms, everybody has to pay attention to day 1. So if you missed day 1 at any point, or you didn't watch all of day 1, click the link in my bio, click Nadiie's Guidance, go watch day 1. Because day 1 is about knowing yourself. Day 1 is about oneness. You're never going to get to the spiritual courtrooms if you aren't practicing oneness. If you don't know who you are. Because it's a frequency. The spiritual courtrooms is a heavy frequency. There are things called deciders. So, in this realm, how in the courts we have a judge. Well, in the spiritual courtrooms, there are many beings there, not just one being, and they're called deciders. And we, the collective consciousness, there's spiritual courtrooms in every dimension, in every realm. And us as a collective consciousness, we are the jury. And the jury is essentially what's sending the deciders our votes, a yes or a no. The jury, our collective consciousness, is sending deciders the yes or the no if we want something to be so or not so. So then the deciders, they decide on things. The spiritual courtrooms, you must know yourself. You must know who you are. Know who you like to, know what you like to do. You must know what the truth is. Know who you are. That's what day one is all about. So make sure you watch day one, because that's going to be instrumental, very important for you understanding the spiritual courtrooms. So we're going to talk about the spiritual courtrooms as if you already anchored all that was about day one. And the reason why we recap on things so much is so even if you miss day one, you can get some of the information of it, so you can be able to at least navigate your way through the spiritual courtrooms intuitively. So, spiritual courtrooms. Once you know yourself, the spiritual courtrooms is very heavy. It's a frequency. It's a decision frequency. It's not necessarily a courthouse, but our consciousness will project itself as things to make us feel comfortable. So whatever we know is going to make our consciousness feel comfortable, that's what we're going to construct. For example, if you astral project, right, and you aren't comfortable seeing Yeshua, A.K.A. Jesus, as powerful as he is in his full figure, Yeshua actually came to me as a clown before. Yeshua came to me as many things until it showed up in a way where it can understand. Because what we care about is aligning yourself with comfortability. Yeshua came up to me as a dog before. Yeshua came up to me as a bird before. Whatever aligns with what keeps your subconscious and your consciousness comfortable, we will meet you where you are. Because what people misunderstand is this. The people that are so hyper fixated on Yeshua or Jesus, we only utilize these terms because we know it resonates with people. We meet people where you are. What makes a master is bridging, right? What makes a master is bridging with people. So when we utilize the term Yeshua or Jesus, we know it's not Yeshua or Jesus anymore. It's the Christ, because the being literally resurrected past the flesh. So if the being literally says, the flesh is weak, the spirit is willing, I'm going to resurrect past the flesh, why are y'all still identifying with the flesh? I am no longer Jesus. I am no longer Yeshua. I literally am Christ consciousness. And every other being that resurrects and comes into Christ consciousness is Christ consciousness. You don't keep the name alive. You don't keep Yeshua or Jesus, the names alive, because he literally said, I am the Christ. I'm the frequency. When you identify with Yeshua and only Jesus, then what you're identifying is the body. Because when we think, because it's psychology, when you think about Jesus and you think about Yeshua, you think about a man. But when you say words like Christ, you think about the consciousness. You think about something powerful. So that's why we say, yes, like this goes into another story. I actually rejected one day, right? And I just somehow stumbled in a different reality where Christianity existed. But you know how in this religion, they actually worship death? You know, because like, you have to understand the symbolism. It's a man bloodied on a cross. You're worshiping literally the demise of a man. In the dimension that I projected to, in the astral realms where Christianity exists, they didn't have like crosses. They had a being, like their symbolism was like a being hunched over and a light being rising up out of him that was glowing in white and gold light. That was the cross. That was their pieces. That was their necklaces. That was all of that. It was a being hunched over. That's Yeshua, and his spirit, the Christ, emerging in white light, hovering over him like this. But in this dimension, because this dimension is so judgmental, we worship just the demise. But in that dimension, it's you see the demise, but look what's behind him, the Christ. So that's why we say, don't get so infatuated with Jesus and Yeshua, because he himself resurrected past it. The reason why Yeshua, one of the reasons, and this is something that Yeshua, because Yeshua's my brother. I communicate with him day to day. I'm a part of the lineage. I'm a Christ being the son of swords just like him. So when I decided to come back on earth, he was coaching me through it. He was like, if you want to walk this path like I walked, I'm going to coach you through what I did. And so me and him, we have a very special connection. So we talk. I'm not of any religion because that was a man. Like the religion was formed around him. He didn't say go to the religion. Yeshua would say, listen, Nadiie, what it serves for you to recognize about this transition in this light is one of the reasons I took my body was so people stopped identifying with it. But humans, Nadiie, they still are going to be hyperfixated on what they want to be hyperfixated with. So we just, meet them where they are. One of the reasons why he took his body was so y'all can stop focusing on his body. But then people still forget about that and they just still focus on his body. So he was like, my intention of taking my body was to show y'all the body is not needed. It's so much not needed, I'll just take it. Because I need y'all to focus on the Christ. Not this person that y'all think, yes, I am no longer Yeshua. I am no longer Jesus. I am Christ consciousness. And every being that is Christ consciousness is me. So Yogananda, Krishna, all of these beings are the Christ. They are all one and the same. So Yeshua's personal message, Yeshua comes through. And usually when Yeshua comes through on a public platform like this, it's very, very important. So Yeshua's personal message to everybody is stop identifying him with the man that he resurrected past. Stop identifying him with the man that he left. It's the same thing with Tupac. And he's giving this analogy of Tupac. Because remember, beings and spirit guides, they utilize your filters. So if Yeshua was coming to a vessel that didn't know big words, he would utilize slang. But because I know about Tupac a lot, Yeshua said, one of his filters is he knows about Tupac. Let me utilize one of his filters. Yeshua says, y'all approach me as if I'm Tupac. If you look at Tupac, he wanted to change his life. If you look at the ladder of his life, he wanted to change it. He was, he wanted to create his own label. He wanted to do all these beautiful things. But everybody was so focused on thug life. He actually had an interview where he said, ain't no thug life no more. He wanted to change his life. But y'all was so identified with that aspect of him, y'all wouldn't let him grow. When he would try to make songs like, if y'all watch his House of Blues live with Snoop Dogg, Tupac literally said, and even though, because people will be like, well, he's still rapping those songs. Those are the songs that his label says he has to rap because he made money from it. So even though he was trying to change his life, he still was like, I still got to play this role. But in the House of Blues, if you watch that live performance, Tupac literally said, I was talking to a woman and she said, can you stop? No, it's an analogy. Tupac was like, I was talking to a woman and she said, stop calling us the B word, stop cussing at us. So for the rest of my show, I'm going to stop cussing. Just that, to let you know he was trying to change. But people are so hyper-fixated with trying to make him evil. Yeshua was saying, because remember, beings, they meet, when higher beings come to you and channel through you, they meet you where your filters are. So it's not that Jesus is now Tupac. No, Jesus is saying, the way y'all treat Tupac is the way y'all treat me. And the way is, y'all won't let me remove myself from what I want to remove myself from. Jesus literally says, I am no longer that body. I am the Christ. So why do you just want to keep dragging me down to being the body? I resurrected past the body so we can stop identifying with the body. And the reason why Yeshua aligned the information with the Tupac thing is just like this. People wouldn't let people change. And it's the same thing. If we don't like the Tupac analogy, Yeshua is saying, well, we can utilize Malcolm X. If y'all don't align with the Tupac analogy, let's align with Malcolm X. The way y'all treat Malcolm X is the same way y'all treat Yeshua. Y'all say, and talking about in this time, Malcolm X was Detroit Red, and then he became Malcolm X. But if we had technology and stuff like that, and we seen Malcolm X when he was in his thug days, we would never allow him to become Malcolm X, this wonderful, beautiful figure, because, you have people always trying to bring us down like this crab in a barrel mentality. So it's the exact same thing with Yeshua. The people that see the analogy, they see. What the analogy is simply this. When one is trying its absolute best to move past a life that it wants to leave, people that don't see the life and light within themselves want us to go back and conform and stay in a stagnant mindset and stagnant energy. That's what the analogy is for all of those that don't get it. That's what the analogy is. When we want to change in this world, if we lived a crazy life, when we come in this world and we try to display that change to be an example for everybody else, when those people aren't living the light and when those people aren't being the life, they want us to conform to what we were once in, which was stagnant energy. So, does that make sense, everybody? Does that make sense? If you can't hear me, leave the live and join it back. Because sometimes, remember I told you, didn't I just tell y'all, when I start this Christ conscious talk, it messes up the technology. Didn't I just say that? See, God gives us miracles up front. Don't come to here and say you're not the son of source. Don't come to here and say you don't talk to this being, you don't talk to that. We literally just said that. We literally just said when we get into Christ conscious energy, the reason why we don't want to do it too much on technology is because it messes up the technology. So yes, that's what the analogy was. So that's why Yeshua was saying, if you wanna, because like Yeshua meets you where you are. So Yeshua is saying, if you want to call me Jesus or Yeshua, that's fine. But what we're saying is, if you say it, don't envision a man when you're saying it. Think about the Christ. So when you say the word Yeshua or you say the word Jesus, don't think of a man. Don't think of a black man with long locks. Don't think of someone with bronze skin that was performing miracles with his hands. He said, I'm no longer the body. If you say that, think about the Christ, something beyond the body. Knowing yourself. All of that we just said was all about knowing yourself. This is how you get into the spiritual courtrooms and you maintain that energy. You know yourself. Pardon me. You know yourself. Because the spiritual courtrooms is very heavy. It's very, very heavy. It's a frequency that's heavy. And if you don't know who you are, you won't be able to stand it. So what happens in the spiritual courtrooms? Well, each realm, each dimension has these spiritual courtrooms. Each realm, each dimension has it. And for example, when we all decided to make the big jump from the third dimension to the fourth dimension, we all went to spiritual court. And we all presented the dark was there, the Hollywood, all those beings, they was there. All the beings that's dark, they was there. And they was saying why we should stay in the third dimension. But you had all these light workers and, witnesses of the light say, and even beings that was from the dark but then transitioned to the light, they said, no, we're ready for the fourth dimension. And we won that case. We won that case. So, because, look, doesn't it feel like let me know if y'all agree with this. Doesn't it feel like overnight all of this crazy stuff just started happening? That world virus that happened where we all had to wear masks and all this, Hollywood stuff and, the did he do it or didn't he do it? Like all of that. Doesn't it feel like it just happened overnight? Like we just woke up and just things started just like boop. Like there was no build up to it, right? There's no build. Not the awareness that these things are happening. We're not talking about the awareness that things are happening. We're talking about the action. One day we woke up and Hollywood was just crumbling. We knew that Hollywood was going through what it was going through for the longest. You know how long ago Unsung was made? We been knew this, but it just seems like it just all like, what's so different about now? Why is everything happening now? We all woke up one day, we all had to wear masks. What the heck happened? That was just yesterday. The reason why we just woke up and this thing just started happening is because we went to the spiritual courtrooms and we presented our case. And we said, we're no longer wanting to be in the third dimension. The entire collective consciousness said, we're no longer wanting to be in the third dimension. We want to move to the fourth. And when you move to the fourth, all the smoky mirrors go out the way. Because remember what we said, in the third dimension, a square is always going to be a square as long as squares exist. In the fourth dimension, a square can turn into a straight line, it can turn into a triangle, it can turn into everything. So When we moved to the third dimension, all of the smoky mirrors that these dark beings had in place, they was changing forms and changing structures. They were becoming, transparent. We can see through them now. So now it's like, oh, snaps. Y'all been doing this? When we move to the fourth dimension, we seen everybody's hand. It's like when we essentially said uno out. And when you say uno out, everybody put their cards on the table. We seen everybody's cards. They say that the phrase is smoke and mirrors. I say smoky mirrors. Because it is smoky mirrors. Because you look at a mirror that is smoky from the steam in your shower, what do you got to do? You got to wipe it off. And when you wipe it off, you start to see clearly, right? That's all I'm saying. So that's what happened. We all went to the fourth dimension because we all won that court case. Now we're going through another court case, which is a part of why this eclipse is having all of this power. Why so many beings is happening. Why did the switch happen when it did? Why did the switch happen when it did? The switch happened because there was... so it's essentially like this. Because it's so great for you to ask that question. In the time of Yeshua and the time of Buddha and all of these old ancient times, there was only one being that was embodying the light. Well, in this time, we have entire cultures embodying the light. And this time, we have a mass amount of people embodying the light. So when you have that mass amount of people embodying the light, what happens is it changes the frequency of the dimension that we're in. So it changed the frequency of Earth. Now, how can, so essentially, when the dimension frequency changes, we all instantly just teleport to the spiritual courtrooms. Because remember, time isn't real. Things just happen. So when all of these light workers started to come in, so around the time, like the 40s and the 50s and all that stuff, when all the atomic energy and all that crazy stuff was going on, and there was a mass amount of ETs and stuff being seen, it was because at that time we was making this shift, right? And then we had many spiritual courtrooms about that shift. That's why this world didn't end in nuclear disaster, because we had another spiritual courtroom to stop that. Well, after that situation, even in Dolores Cannon's book, the 3 Ways of Voluntaries and the New Earth, it was even talking about this. After that craziness happened, Earth was in this weird middle, buffering realm. And it essentially allowed all of the light workers and all of the angels to start incarnating on Earth. All of the light workers and all of the angels started incarnating on Earth. So because all of these light workers and all of the angels started incarnating on Earth, when there's a lot of light on the planet, because remember, at one point in time, in the ancient times, there's only one being, there's only one culture bringer. Hey, Casey, there's only one culture bringer, there's only a Jesus, a Yogananda, a Dr. Sabian, stuff like that, right? Now, there's a whole planet full of Jesuses. There's a whole planet full of Buddhas. There's a whole planet full of Dr. Sabians. There's a whole planet full of them. That shifts the culture and the frequency. When we all became aware of who we are, boom, we got sent to the court. It's just that fast. Exactly. The secrecy contract has expired. The moment, because we always been here, but the moment we said, I feel like I'm God, boom, we were just sitting in the jury stands in the courtroom. Just that fast, boom, we're just there. And they're just conducting. All right, the frequency of the planet has changed. All of these light workers are here. Do y'all want to stay in the third dimension? The reason why we're asking is because if you do, you're going to have to go to a different planet. Because there can't be this much light on this planet and y'all stay this limited. So some of y'all going to have to spread out if y'all want to stay in the third dimension. So we all collectively said, we'll just move to the fourth dimension. Boom, and we went back to our house. And the fourth dimension is essentially a realm where it's very loose. It's about choice now. Remember, we said the fourth dimension is about choice. So when you're dealing with people that want to restrict your choice, they're being third dimensional. When you're dealing with people that embrace your choices, they're being fourth dimensional. You're never going to meet a fifth dimensional being in this world. But what you will meet is fourth dimensional beings with fifth dimensional wisdom. Fourth dimensional beings with fifth, sixth, seventh dimensional wisdom. You will never see a being with eighth and beyond dimensional wisdom because they will be in the fifth dimension at that point in time. The fifth dimension is not being in a physical body anymore. You're in your light body. So that's the reason why these courts happen, is to bring structure. So much planet light has been emerged and immersed within all there is because of our presence. Literally, we raised the Earth's vibe. We raised, you know how you're about to throw up and you feel the liquid coming up? We raised that Earth vibe. And Earth said, we're either going to throw all of this up because it's too much, or if you want to retain this, if you want to stay on Earth, you have to move to a different dimension. So I'm going to have to, if you don't want to come out that way, we're going to have a different process of how we're going to utilize this energy. So we all said, Mother Earth, don't throw up, don't throw up. We're not going to stay in the third dimension, because if we stay in the third dimension, you're going to throw up. We'll just go to the fourth dimension. That's us giving her, some some tea. Drink some tea. And it's like, all right, peace unto you, Augustine. So, boom, that's the spiritual courtrooms. That's why they're there. Each dimension has a spiritual courtroom, and the reason why it's there is to bring forth structure. So when very powerful things or events happen, or when we collectively, like if everybody in this live, or actually that's what we're going to do. We're not going to say if, we're actually going to do it. So, group activity, let's go. Everybody, on the count of three, say, by my name, I affirm my remembrance. And so it is. Again, everybody on the count of three, say, by my name, I affirm my remembrance. And so it is. One more again. On the count of three, everybody say, by my name, I affirm my remembrance. And so it is. 1, 2, 3. By my name, I affirm my remembrance. And so it is. We all came together collectively and made a stance. We literally, in that moment, went to the spiritual courtrooms. The best way to explain it is to have all of us go through it. When we all come together in unison to shift a specific frequency, what we do is we go to the spiritual courtrooms and we talk to, remember, there's no such thing as judges or your honors, there's only the deciders. We personally talk to the deciders in the spiritual courtrooms and say, listen, we, in this moment, we affirm all of our remembrance. And when you're in the presence of someone who affirms their remembrance, then you remember. Remember, our presence is enough. Remember the divine law that there's many divine laws, but the only one I need all of y'all to focus on is the one that says what you see is what you are. So, because I'm going to test y'all at the end of the live, we always do a little test. If I ask about a divine law, there's only one divine law you should ever focus on. And it's the one that says what you see is what you are. Because if you see a master, you are a master. If you see remembrance, you are remembrance. If you see God in me, you are God. If you see the light, you are the light. Whatever you see is what you are. So if you see something and you're judging it, you're judging yourself. If you see someone and you call them ugly, you're calling yourself ugly. If you see someone and you're calling them cute, you're calling yourself cute. But that's still a judgment. Saying ugly and saying cute is still a judgment because you're beyond both. You're the abundance and the will of source, literally. Are angels usually women? I feel like I'm surrounded by them. No, angels have, not all of them, but angels have feminine energy. They're not male nor female, but they have feminine energy. The reason is because angels are nurtured. Feminine energy has nothing to do, divine masculine and divine feminine, or master Shakti and master builder energy. They're not about gender. The feminine energy is just a nurturer. And angels, they're servants. Angels are here to serve you, not to be worshipped. They're here to serve you. But the act of service is a feminine energy because service is nurturing. So as a mother services her child, he nurtures her child. So that's why angels feel feminine. But you have some angels that express it in a different way, like Archangel Metatron or Archangel Michael. They're very firm. That's like a divine masculine, but still in a way that's feminine, because why? They're servicing you. They live a life of service. They're nurturers. So yes, that all makes sense, right? So we all literally just experienced what it's like to go into the spiritual courtroom. We're going to do it one more time, all right? On a count of 3, we're going to say, by my name, I affirm my remembrance, and so it is. By my name, I affirm my remembrance, and so it is. By my name, I affirm my remembrance, and so it is. When you say it, you better mean it. I don't care if you got to scream it. Don't just say, by my name, I affirm my remembrance. You're not Mikael Jackson. You're not that. You're not that. You are Timothy Hemsworthy. You are the daughter of heaven. Say it with your chest. 1, 2, 3. By my name, I affirm my remembrance, and so it is. Just like that, we went into the spiritual courtrooms, told the deciders, we shall remember, and all that are around us, they shall remember it too. For what the divine law is, what you see is what you are. It's that simple. That's the spiritual courtrooms. If that made sense, type 33s in the chat. If that made sense, if the spiritual courtroom segment made sense, type 33s in the chat. If the spiritual courtroom segment made sense, type 33s in the chat. Oh, we love y'all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You missed it. You didn't miss nothing. Christy, you know, you're so powerful. What we just did is we went to the spiritual courtrooms and we just affirmed our remembrance. So you didn't miss anything, because what you see is what you are. It's a divine law. So now that you're in our presence, you're just going to just start knowing. You're going to get epiphanies. I affirm it by my name. You shall get epiphanies, remembrances, and knowingness throughout this conversation. So don't ever think you missed anything. And if you want to rewatch everything to practice, go to my page after this live, click the link in the bio, click Nadiie Black's guidance. It's going to take you to my YouTube page. I am posting all of these lives there. You'll see all of this is day 5. We're going live for 7 days, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. April 7th is the last day. All the days that you think you missed, you can go on my YouTube page and you can watch them. All of these days string together. So, that's for Christy. Alrighty, y'all. Now, we're on the 3rd segment. The 3rd segment is the voting process. Because remember, everything is being, weaved together, woven together. You know how we said in the spiritual courtrooms, there's like a voting process and we all collectively will make a decision and then give that decision to the deciders and they decide on something? Or we're going to vote on what? You click the link in my bio, you'll see Nadiie Black's guidance. So my YouTube page is Nadiie Black, Nadiie Black, you know how to spell black, guidance. Nadiie Black's guidance. And you'll see day 1 through 4 posted. This is day 5. So, what we're going to do is we're going to, in the comments, we're going to talk about it. So not yet, but we're going to do a quick breather, meditation, anchor this energy. Because what we want is to will in topics that can serve for all people, not just you. Because right now it's about oneness and unification. If you have a question or anything that's heavy, or a topic, not really a question, but a topic. Not really a question, but a topic. Not really a question, but a topic. If you have a topic that's heavy on your heart that you want to, bring out, then bring that out. But make sure it's as global and as widespread as oneness as possible. So, before we start talking about the topics, because we're going to vote on the topics. Just like how we are in the spiritual courtrooms, we're literally going to show y'all how all this is like. So, essentially how the process is, everybody's going to, when I say go, don't just start doing it yet. When I say go, we're all going to type in topics that we want to hear that's heavy on our heart, 1 topic per person. So make sure it's a topic that's for you. And then I'm going to look at all the topics. I'm going to pick 3 topics. And then we're going to vote on those 3. And whichever gets, I'm going to say certain numbers. And we're going to see which has the most votes. And then I'm going to slot that topic. And then I'm going to pick 3 more. We're going to vote on those. And I'm going to pick 3 more. And then we're going to vote on those. And we're going to have 3 topics. Just like how we do in the spiritual courtrooms. All right? First, Let's take a big breather. So on the count of 3, we're all going to take one big breath. You know, you make sure your stomach protrudes when you breathe. You rise your shoulders as you breathe. And then on your exhale, you blow out with your mouth very hard. And you drop your shoulders, all right? You breathe in, make sure your stomach goes out. When you breathe out, sink your stomach in, drop your shoulders because your shoulders should be raised, and you breathe out through your mouth, right? We're going to do that one time, and then we're going to have a relaxed breath, all right? So 1, 2, 3, everybody breathe in. Protrude that stomach, make sure your shoulders are high. And when you blow out, blow out. Sink your stomach in, drop them shoulders. Now, breathe in as gracefully as you possibly can. Very slowly. And then whenever you feel like exhaling, you exhale. You have that power. So breathe in. Allow that stomach to protrude and then exhale. Again, breathe in. Allow that stomach to protrude. Exhale whenever you feel like it. You can hold the breath if you want to. Just one more time. Breathe in. That's the control. The first breath was about release. The second forms of breath was about control. You know you have control. All of y'all will even feel a shift. It feels a little different. Now, this third one is of knowingness. When you breathe in, count to 3 in your head. Hold your breath when you get to the top of how much you can inhale. Then you count to 3. So you breathe in, count to 3, hold your breath, count to 3, and you exhale, count to 3. All right? 33s. Y'all love it. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Hold it. 1, 2, 3. Breathe out. Last time. In. 3 seconds. Hold. 3 seconds. Exhale. 3 seconds. Just like that, we have a shift. We have some order. Now let's commence this voting process. If you have any topics that's heavy on your heart that you want to talk about, not necessarily a question, but a topic. One topic. Say that topic. All right? Continue these breaths. I'm going to grab my book. You know it's serious when I grab my book, y'all. You know it's serious when I grab my spiritual book. I have some ancient wisdom in this book. And I'm going to write all of these down because even if we don't get to it today, we're going to get to it tomorrow. I don't want nobody to feel left out. One topic so I can make sure I'm covering everything. Write your topics that's heavy on your heart. Write your topics that's heavy on your heart more frequently. I want everyone to feel involved. Superpowers we have dormant. Superpowers we have dormant. Sirius star significance. Ooh, I love Sirius. I actually made a song because I'm an artist. Everybody, I make music as well. You go on your favorite streaming services. I'm on every single streaming service. Our music is not just spiritual music. You'll listen to the music, you'll be like, why aren't you famous? Every single person that listens to my music say, why aren't you famous? You're better than literally legends. But I'm gonna get into the reason why I bring it up is because I didn't sign certain contracts. I literally could have been like Michael Jackson level famous. But I didn't sign certain contracts because the contracts. These being, like remember the stories when Martin was screaming on the streets. They're trying to get me and all of that, waving a gun in the air. I met those beings, and they tried to offer me something I didn't like. My first contract was presented to me when I was 13. They wanted me early because they knew what I would become. They didn't want me to be a leader as I am now. So they wanted to stop it. It was like, if we give you a whole bunch of money, you can be on this path. So if you go on Apple Music, YouTube, all of that, type Nadiie Black, Nadiie Black, and listen to the album Why We Fear. And make sure you share that album to everyone. It's me and my brother, I Am Famous Black. We made an album together. Listen to it in its entirety. It literally is how the music industry is going to shift. The music industry is going to sound like that album. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. You're going to hear this and be like, why isn't this out everywhere? It's not like he's using all the coded language and 333 and numeral and none of that. It's like great music. Like this is like Bob Marley level. Share it, listen to it, because even that is a part of the homework. Because we're going to assign some homework to y'all. And that even that, listening to that album. I don't care about the other albums. That one specifically, God had me and I'm Famous Black channel. It's called Why We Fear, and fear stands for Find Everyone and Rise. Find everyone and rise. So it's literally why we find everyone and rise. It's a continuation of what this teaching is. So you know how I'm teaching you and you're remembering? Well, there's multiple ways to teach, and we can also do it in music, and the music can be good whilst we're doing it. So that's why we're saying go to the YouTube, Apple Music, Spotify, all of these places. Type Nadiie Black, Nadiie Black, and listen to the album Why We Fear. I don't care about the other albums. If you want to listen to those, that's fine. My older albums, I was cussing, I was acting crazy. And you'll literally see every album, you've seen the evolution. But the one that God itself is like, this is your stamp. Even how we start the album. It's like, heaven isn't a place so distant, for the miracle resides in you. That's how we start the album. So you should already know how we coming. But when you listen to all of the songs, you're like, yo, this song is a hit. This song is a hit. This song is a hit. We made this one song, and this is all part of the lessons. We made this one song called Hey Mama. I love that song. And I actually have a show on the 7th. But the song Hey Mama is a song dedicated to my mother and the Divine Mother as well. And the hook goes like this. It's like, I don't need the money. I don't want the fame. I just need my mama. That would never change. Hey, mama, mama, hey, mama, mama, hey. Hey, mama, mama, hey, mama, mama, hey. Every time we perform that song, the crowd, hey, mama, mama, hey. It's very beautiful. It gives me this presence of like Bob Marley. Like, oh my God, I can do this. So that's why we say that album is so very powerful for you to listen to. Why We Fear. So make sure y'all, after this live, y'all listen to that album. It's going to change your life. Sirius Star Significance. Karmic Depths. Karmic Depths. And Karmic Cycle. All right. Undiscovered Karma. Undiscovered Karma. What about abortions? Abortions. Ooh. How to develop intuition. To develop intuition. Life path number 9 in the mission. Yep, Nadiie. No, I didn't get distracted. All of this is still a part of the channeling. All of this is still a part of the channeling. Because listen, Source meets everybody where they are. We know that y'all love the typical teaching, but we know in your day-to-day life, you're not always going to be listening to a podcast or listening to teaching in this type of way. Music is all around us. So God is like, we made an album that's actually good. That's like, all this could be on the radio that still has light language in it. So that this disproves the fact that your music has to be sounding spiritual for it to be spiritual. Remember we said the covert, the light spies, the light workers that are spies? Yeah, we're one of them as it pertains to the music side. So we can infiltrate the music industry with this light, and people don't know why they're feeling so good. It's not Picture Perfect. Picture Perfect. Stuck in her once, not her needs, that's for certain. I would never judge baby boo, but this the verdict. I would never be with no loose, greedy hoes screaming 33s till I rise to a friend or foe. No, I'm not gonna pay your bills, I don't need mo. Do I look like Captain Save a Trick in a Speedo? Oh. Or maybe Black Superman. Listen, ho, neither. I work harder than the Mexican. Laying down roofs so his family won't get deported, ho. Don't let my message to you get distorted. You see, we're feeding them, but we're also show the light. And then we're feeding them, and we also show the light. You listen to it, and the beat is hard. It's like, doom, doom, doom. It's like, it's a new age type beat. You listen to the song, it's like, there's no way you're talking about the light. You print out the lyrics, you like, oh my gosh. All of that is on Why We Fear. Like I said, how there's light workers that are spies that infiltrate the dark to bring the light there. We are that as well. And we know that to deliver the light is not always going to be in a teaching format because we listen to music in our day-to-day. So that's why it's so important for y'all to listen to that album, Why We Fear. Not that it's because it's going to give me anything. I don't necessarily care about that. How we start the album, how anybody starts an album, it sets the tone. How we start the album is, heaven is not in a place so distant, for the miracle resides in you. So yeah, we didn't get off track. We're just saying, if you want to continue this information, you have to make sure you listen. And because if I give you this information, which I am, and you go out and you still listen to crazy music, all you're doing is reprogram yourself to be back in a third dimension. Somebody said, bro, that book look like you got the secrets. It does. Before I started to really value being myself and only utilizing what's in me, I would scribe everything in here. All of my spiritual experiences, everything in here. So there's a lot of, this is like the Dead Sea Scrolls in here. Galactic War. So Galactic. I like just chilling with y'all. How to raise intuition. All right, I'm going to write these last two, and then we're going to start the voting process. How to raise intuition. And this, what we're experiencing right now, is also a test. It's a test of patience. Because God is basically saying, if they're able to wait for you, Nadiie, then they're serious. If they're fickle and they're going in and out and they're leaving and all of that, Nadiie, you don't want someone to be a part of your area and then when the going gets tough, they leave. You want people that's going to be like, I'm going to stick here with you, whether arrows are coming or not. So this is all a test. So the fact that you're still here, you're passing a very powerful test. What we should be eating. All right, everybody, we want to do a test. If I didn't get to your topic after today's live, just DM it. Just DM me the topic, all right? Also, if you have any questions, I usually hold sessions, right? I usually ask people for money to, pay for the sessions and all of that. But for, this time period right now, Source, I do everything public. So if you have any questions, ask me in the comments. If you ever wanted to send me money, don't start off the conversation that way. Start it off with the light. If you have a question or a topic you want me to cover, perfect. And don't send me anything, like even these little gifts in here. Don't send me any gifts until you feel like I gave you something that could be of service. I don't want something that's undeserved. I don't like feeling like that. I truly want to know I benefited you in some way. And then I'm okay with accepting whatever. I'm not going to block my blessings. Some people feel like to be spiritual, you got to be broke. That's not the case. But what I will do is I will structure it. Don't send me, and like literally, if you say, I didn't watch your live, but I just want to send you this money because I support you, I'm going to send the money right back. You didn't watch the live, I didn't help you at all. Take the money, I don't want it. But if you say, I watched the live, I love this is the topic, here's my question. If I answer it and it serves for you, then send your gifts and all of that. That's my rule for money, because that's just my rule. All right, so so if you need any questions and stuff like that, I will try to schedule free sessions, which are free 30-minute sessions, or if we can't find a schedule to talk face to face or on the phone, then I'll make sure, because I'm one text or one call away. I literally want to be like that with all of you, because we're family. So I'm gonna treat you as if you were my sister, as if you're my brother, because you're God's will. So I will be as responsive as I possibly can. All right, so everybody, y'all ready? Y'all ready for the voting process? I know y'all are. I know y'all are ready for the voting process. All right. So this is what we're going to do. If you like a topic, you type 0. Again, if you like the topic, you type 0. If you don't like the topic, you type 1. All right? If you like the topic, you type 0. Why are we saying 0? Because 0 is the miracle. The miracle brings you back to what? 0 and says what? Choose again. The miracle brings you back to 0 and says what? Choose again. Remember, we're weaving everything together. So if you like the topic, type 0. If you don't like the topic, type 1. All right. We got natural disasters happening more frequently. Natural disasters happening more frequently. 0 as in yes or 1 as in no. Natural disasters happening more frequency. We're going to have a tally. So natural disasters happening more frequently. 0 for yes, 1 for no. So we got yay, and then we got nay, and then another line, and then do a tally. Okay. We got 1, 2, 1, 3, 1. Okay, we got 0, 1, 1 shot, nada. No is coming back. Okay, yes, yeah. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're tied. We tied. 1 shot. Blair. Shot. No. Oh, dang, 1 just took off. No just took off. Yeah. Okay, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, natural disasters. Oh, snaps. We got 3 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. We're voting on a topic. What's the question? Natural disasters happening more frequently. That's the topic. Patrick Star. Okay, everybody. Literally natural disasters. Won by 1 point. 1 point. That is hilarious. It won by 1 point. All right. So natural disasters. Yes, that's topic 1. All right. Now we're going to talk about 3 topics. We're going to just go through all these topics, pick 3. And then after that, we're going to do another one but within the 3. Some people double sent it. I seen them. I seen them. Hey, they was like, yes, 0, miracle, 0. I seen them. Oh, they're hilarious. All right. Superpowers we have dormant. Do y'all like that topic? 0 for yes, 1 for no. Superpowers we have dormant. All righty. We're off on this race, y'all. Superpowers we have dormant. The zeros are going off. Can I get a 1? Can I get a 1? Can I get a 1? No, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, stop voting. Everybody stop voting. I only see zeros. Okay, y'all just won freaking unanimous decision. I see 1, 1 because it's just, all right. All right, it won. It won. I literally because, the way the TikTok comments is, it's like I wait for a comment. Literally like 20 of them just spawn zeros. I'm like, good gracious. All right, y'all got it. So superpowers we have dormant won by unanimous decision. All right. Serious star significance. 0 for yes, 1 for no. Sirius star significance. 0 for yes, 1 for no. Let's see. I think it'll be easier for me to just count. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. So where does it start? It starts at her laughing emoji. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, I only seen like, okay, that one, because I don't even see ones. Yes. Sirius star significance. Somebody asked, what is the Sirius? It won, so we want to talk about it. Look, I love that. Look, Christy, yes. Remember I told y'all, if somebody asks a question and you have the answer, just answer it. All right, y'all. We got karmic depths and karmic cycles. 0 for yes, 1 for no. Karmic depths and karmic cycles. 0 for yes, 1 for no. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1. Only 1, 0. This hard. He said this hard. Yeah. Oh, 0 started taking off. Thought 1 was gonna win. Definitely thought 1 was gonna win. Let me see. Okay. What's the question? The topic is karmic debts and karmic cycles. 0 for yes, 1 for no. Good gravy. Okay. Got a 0. That's another yes. Y'all be the type to just say yes to everything. It'd be like, all right, now we gotta vote for 3 out of the ones, out of everything. The one though, the first one, yeah, no, y'all was pretty, y'all stood firm on that one. Literally a 1 by 1 point. All right, I see undiscovered karma. I was writing because I seen it, but it actually falls into karmic debt and karmic cycles. We're going to talk about that anyway. So we're just going to cross that one off, undiscovered karma, because we're going to talk about that within the other one. Okay, here's one that I don't know if people are going to talk. They might. Abortions. 0 for yes, 1 for no. Abortion, the significance of it. Why? Is it bad? Is it good? Abortions. 0 for yes, 1 for no. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay, hold on. Okay, since we're all 1, that's where it starts. 1, 2, 3. Abortions. Ooh, this is another close one. I might have to tally this one. Abortion. 0 for yes, 1 for no. Since we're all 1, I don't want to choose. He says, since we're all 1, I don't want to choose a side. Wilkai, you are hilarious. You are literally hilarious. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to tally this one because it's very close. I want to make sure. Make sure everybody got what serves. 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1. It just took off right there. 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5. Caden. Now let me just do a double check that there ain't no doubles. Peace unto you. You're saying a code. We're talking about if we want to talk about abortions. Yeah, 1, 1. Yeah, I'm seeing that. It won by one. All right, so no abortions. Oh, we actually have one that said no. Ooh. All right, the next topic. How to develop intuition. 0 for yes, 1 for no. How to develop intuition. 0 for yes, 1 for no. How to develop intuition. 0 for yes, 1 for no. All right, we're off equal. Whoa. 1 took off. Oh, okay, hold on. 0 coming back. Holy smokes. Okay. All right, that's equal. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Wolfkai, Thomas, you, Patrick, Jennifer. Yeah, saying the names so we remember my place. Third kind, Trevor Crow, DD. DD. Anytime I think about that, DD, I think about Dexter's Laboratory. DD. DD, don't you say it again. You almost tricked me, DD. Yeah, you almost tricked me. You are actually hilarious. You almost got me that time. Not nature, I'll say it again. Y'all are hilarious. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, no one. Okay, how to develop intuition? Oh, back to back? No. Okay, we're off to a good race, y'all. Okay, Galactic Wars. 0 for yes, 1 for no. Why are we saying 0 for yes? Because the miracle puts you back at 0 and says, what? Choose again. Galactic Wars. 0 for yes, 1 for no. You can't vote twice. They said, I'm God's will. I can do it. I what? That's a fact. I just have to say, fool me one time, shame on you. What do you say? Fool me twice, can't put the blame on you. Galactic War, 0 for 1. TikTok should add a voting on here. That would be very beautiful, wouldn't it? I actually just looked because you said that. Okay. 0, some may need. So we're just looking at it. Galactic Wars. Ooh. Use polls. You said they have polls on here? Poll and gift vote. Okay. We'll use polls for the next one. I think they have it. Yeah, I think I did see polls. Okay. Either or. Let me recount. This one is it's a little close. I guess I'm gonna use the polls. This one is getting a little close because I'm not quick polls. Check votes in the comments. Clearly state your question. All right. I guess the smiley face. No. Yes, smiley face for yes, and then the blue for no. I think that's how it works. Are you able to click it? Oh, y'all are able to click it. Oh! And we're off! We're off! Smiley face for yes, blue for no. This is for Galactic Wars. We do have voting. Oh my goodness. Go crazy. Okay. Hey, try and please vote one time, because I don't know if it's gonna do it multiple times. But he said, "Oops, I accidentally hit the wrong one." But it looks like poll ends in 8 seconds. Uh-oh. Red for yes, blue for no. Hey, it won. This is fun. Okay. I wonder if I could change. That would be so cool if I could change the emojis. I don't think I can though. Oh, hold on. Text poll, customize options, duration. Oh, it doesn't give me the option to text poll, quick poll, check vote. We're just gonna keep doing quick poll because the thing is that's just doing too much. Start a new poll. All right, this one is for how to rate. Oh no. Oh no. How to raise? Okay, there was one called how to develop intuition. There was another one, how to raise. So I guess the last one is what should we be eating? So red for yes, blue for no. Smiley face for yes, crying emoji for no. What should we be eating? Red for yes, which is a smiley face. Crying emoji for no. Not y'all going off with the yes. Dang! Going off. Oh, that is hilarious. That's my husky, y'all. He wants to go outside. Outside? Go outside. Remember I said when I performed Reiki on my husky and I got him right? That's the dog in question. Dang, y'all said yes. Okay. So now, all right, this is fun. Interactive, y'all. Now, I'm going to randomly pick 3. So I'm going to just move my finger up and down and pick 1. And we're going to vote it because I'm going to pick 3 of them. And then we're all going to see which ones we like. We're going to see who wins out of the 3. All right, so I'm going to stop my finger about here. What do I land on? I land on superpowers we have dormant. Hey, Gabriel. Hey, you predicted that one. Superpowers we have dormant. All right. Do y'all want that to be the first one out of the 3? Red for yes, blue for no. Do y'all want that one to be the first one out of the 3? Superpowers we have dormant. That's where my finger landed. Red for yes, blue for no. Red for yes, blue for no. Okay, yeah. All right. Y'all got it. So, boom. That's going to be the first thing we talk about. I'm going to circle that one. Superpowers we have dormant. All right. We got natural disaster. Oh, actually, let's wait till the poll is over. Poll in progress. End. Okay, end it. All right. Want to start a new poll. All right, so this time we're going to say natural disasters happening more frequently. Do you want that one to be 3rd or 2nd? Red is for 2nd. Blue is for 3rd place. Do you want that to be 3rd or 2nd? Red is for 2nd, right after superpowers. Blue is for 3rd. Save that for last. Okay, red is for 2nd, blue is for last. Okay, that y'all want to save that for last. Okay. Well, that's pretty unanimous. I'm about to just end it because y'all just not playing. I just see tears, just lots of tears. I don't want to see y'all cry no more. All right, so that's going to be 3rd. And serious star significance. Do you want that to be not on this list? So red is for no, save it for tomorrow. And blue is going to be for, that's going to be 2nd. Serious star. Red is for no, save it for tomorrow. Blue is for yes, make that 2nd. Serious star significance. Red is for no, save it for tomorrow. Blue is for yes, after the superpowers. I want to hear about this, the serious star. Red is for no, save it for tomorrow. All right. I like this poll thing. It's much easier than clicking it. So you said I clicked the wrong one. So okay, I'm gonna say red is 10 and then blue is 5. All right, I got you. Thon the Ram, I got you. So we're actually at 10-5. Well, that's still 10-5. Okay. All right. So y'all want to save that one for tomorrow. So I'm gonna just write a line under it for tomorrow. All right. This is how spiritual courts are. This is literally how spiritual courts are. We all talk. We want to go on this dimension. We want to go on that dimension. We want to go on this dimension. And we all vote on whether it's actually going to benefit the collective consciousness. This is literally how the galactic meetings are. Like, literally. The next poll. All right, so we're saving series for tomorrow. Karmic debts and karmic cycles. Red is for yes, make that number 2. Blue is for save it for tomorrow. Keep in mind, we only have one more slot. Red is for yes, I want to hear about karmic debts and karmic cycles today. Blue is for no, I want to hear about it tomorrow. Yes, I want to hear about karmic debts, which is red. Blue is for no, save that for tomorrow. Blue is for save it for tomorrow. Red is for yes, I want to hear about it. I want to fill the last slot. And the last thing out of the 3 I want to hear about is the karmic debts. I like this school better. I don't you love it? I told you, like, I love the light too. Okay, y'all want to hear about karmic debts tomorrow. So I'm going to put a line under that one. Tomorrow. Y'all better show up tomorrow. I'm talking about y'all want to hear it tomorrow. All right. Got that. All right. Galactic Wars. Do you want to hear that today, red, or blue tomorrow? Red is for I want to hear Galactic Wars today. I want to utilize the last slot and hear Galactic Wars today. Blue is save that for tomorrow, Nadiie. Save that for tomorrow, which is blue. Red is tell me what Pleiades and Sirius got going on. Blue is I want to hear that tomorrow, Nadiie. Okay, hold on. Red is I want to use the last slot and hear it today. Blue is I want to hear about Galactic Wars tomorrow. I'm looking like red. Blue might make a comeback. Blue is I don't want to hear Galactic Wars today. I want to hear it tomorrow. I want to use the last slot. Red is I want to hear it today. I got 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. The last thing, which is the second thing we're hearing about, is Galactic Wars. So first, we have superpowers. We have dormant. That's what we're going to talk about first. Second, we're going to talk about Galactic Wars. And then third, we're going to talk about natural disasters. All right. I know. That's how it is in the meetings. I know. We all got to come together. It's like, I really want it. Let me grab my charger. I don't want my phone to die, y'all. Okay. Oh, no. Whoa. Let me grab my charger real quick. My charger is in this bag. Wait 1 second, y'all. Okay, so my charger just disappeared, didn't it? Oh, there it is. Thank God. I'm like, not me moving to a new dimension that fast. Like, can I teach the class, please? May I please teach the class? This was a good way of deciding topics. Really cool. Yes, I want everything to be interactive because remember, I'm not just here teaching. I don't know why I just did that, but you know. Hey. But I'm just not here teaching. It's the vessel that don't know, but God knows. I need y'all to anchor the fact that we're all one. So we're masters, all in our own right. So this is a decision. I don't want this to be like I'm a teacher and you're sitting down in a classroom listening. It's like, no, you're a part of the reasoning why the Son of Sources came back on Earth. So you're going to be conducting this. The last one, natural disasters happening more frequently. So first, we're going to talk about superpowers we have dormant. All right. So everybody, take a big, deep breath. All right. On 3, we're all going to take a big, deep breath. All right. 1, 2, 3. Anchor that energy. Yes. 11. We're going to anchor this energy. All right. superpowers we have dormant. Okay? I gotta go to a quick restroom break. You know I'm fast. I'll be right back. So, now, everybody, focus on your breath. But I'm gonna give y'all some homework while I go to the restroom. Literally gonna take me like 1 minute. Because we just did something extremely powerful, what serves for everybody to do is put their hands on their heart. Remember, we told you on day 3, the techniques for being present. We're going to combine 2 techniques, probably all 3 of them. So put your hands over your heart. And if you have trouble feeling your heartbeat, go under your shirt. Put your hands on your heart. Your hands on your heart. Feel your heartbeat. Be in this now. Close your eyes as your hand is on your heart and focus on your breath. Breathe. If you aren't able to recognize the miracle inside of yourself, you're never going to be able to recognize the miracle outside of yourself. Your heart is one of the most best and beautiful guides there is. Why? The heart literally is saying, my sole purpose is to serve you. My sole purpose is for service of your existence. I just want to serve for you. So you have to recognize what is miraculous within before you can recognize what's miraculous without. So feel your heartbeat. Be present in this now and focus on your breath. All right? I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. Okay. Okay, hands still kind of wet. I had to wash them real fast. Okay. All right. Let me let my dog in. All right, buddy, lay down. Lay down. Go. Thank you very much. We're going to be talking about peace unto you. First thing we're talking about is Sirius Star. Oh, no. That's for tomorrow. Superpowers we have dormant. That's the first thing we're talking about. Superpowers we have dormant. All right, everybody, type 33s in the chat when you're ready. When you're done breathing, your hands is done being on your heart. Type 33s in the chat if you're ready to talk about the superpowers that we have dormant. All right, I see the 33s. Okay, perfect. The first superpower. The source is saying, drink this tea. That's how I know it's about to get big. The first superpower we have dormant is Reiki. That's the first one. When we utilize the term superpowers, what we're doing is we are moving forth towards things that you can that's tangible, things that you can use in your day-to-day right now. I don't want you to think that, it's something that's so far out. No, something you can utilize right now in Reiki. We talked about it in day 3, but we're going to give you a more, let's say, intertwined version of what a master utilizes as it pertains to Reiki. We told y'all how to have Reiki activated in your hands. Now we're going to tell you about what things you can utilize with Reiki. Oh, another sip of tea. I'm giving y'all the tea, literally. This is something that Yeshua taught me. How to close dimensions. You can close dimensions with your hands. You don't just need to go to the spiritual courtrooms. All you need is God's approval. You can close the dimensions with the term, the world, you think the world is in your palm, the world is in the palm of your hands. That term comes about from this idea. The idea is that everything starts within you. And the reason why Yeshua talked about Reiki so much is and even the monks and the yogis know about the power in your hands, even your fingers. They say be careful wearing certain rings, especially crystal rings on certain fingers, because the universe, everything is literally in the palm of your hands. So to activate Reiki, what you do is you first align yourself with this present moment. That's why we had you breathe. We had you breathe to align yourself with this present moment. When you focus on your breath, you are now in this present moment. When your hands are in your heart, you're remembering the now. Now, look at my hands, everybody. Visualize a circle of light just on your hands, just a circle. Don't fill the circle with nothing. Just visualize as if you had a Sharpie and you just drew a circle in your hand. You see how my fingers is having this circular motion on my hand? Close your eyes and just feel this finger. Or open your eyes and just look. Feel this sensation on your hand. We're that much in oneness. See this circle on your hand because everything is in this circle. Now, look at both of your hands as you see this circle that you're visualizing, this circle of light. If you have to close your eyes, do this, perfect. I recommend it, but if you're able to visualize with your eyes open, then keep your eyes open. But close your eyes and visualize a beam of light. Whatever color light you deem, I don't care if it's purple, rainbow, gold, white, whatever. Visualize, or all the colors, a beam of light going into that circle in the middle of your hands. Going from the beyond into that circle in the middle of your hands. Keep your hands as still as possible. Don't try to move your fingers. Don't twitch. Don't do any of that. Just visualize that beam of light going into that circle in your hands. You may notice certain sensations as you keep your hands extremely still. You're not moving your fingers. They're not overly extended. You may feel itching sensations, a little warmth. Now visualize a beam of light coming out of that circle. So first there was a beam of light going into the circle. Now visualize a beam of light going out of that circle. It could be a different color, the same color, whatever color. Just visualize the heavens sending light and you protruding light from your hands. Visualize them connecting. Make sure you're focusing on your breath as you're visualizing. Do not imagine. You see your hands and where your hands are with your mind's eye. And you visualize that light going into it. You visualize that light going out of it. Now, think about what it feels like to have your hands be warm. Just think about what it feels like for your hands to be warm. You have a beam of light going into it and a beam of light going out of it. And now we're remembering a time when our hands was warm. And you'll start to feel that sensation. The moment you feel it, even if you think you feel it, the moment you feel it, close both hands together. Close together. As if you were clapping, but you're just holding the clap. And then put your hands on your heart. Now, Reiki is just activated within you. Reiki is just activated. So now, when the Reiki is activated, what do you do with it? The world is in your palm. So now, when you close your eyes, visualize Earth. Visualize Earth in its most destructive manner. Visualize Earth with people yelling and judging. You know, when you walked down the street one day and someone yelled at you, or you just wanted to call a friend and you heard an argument, or you're on TikTok one day and you're just seeing people fighting and on. See the most treacherous planet. And then visualize that planet in your hands. And then put both hands together as if you're holding a clap. And now you blow in your hands. You just take the energy that you see. You give it form. So the planet is crazy. The planet is full of hates and judgments. I'm going to visualize that planet. Even if it looks a certain way, I'm going to visualize that however you see it fit. And then you visualize that as if it was like a golf ball in your hands. And you hold that golf ball as if you're holding onto a clap. And then you blow in your hands. You breathe life into it. It's not about destroying or judgments. It's about giving life to things. Our goal is not to dismantle and bring down the ones that feel like love should not be integrated. Our goal is to breathe life into them. So that's why we blow in our hands, because the breath is life. The breath is so sacred. Like, kisses are actually extremely sacred. Kissing, because you're exchanging breath. Kissing is so be. Now moving forward, because you have this awareness, be careful of why you kiss. Don't just kiss because you want a little kick. Be careful of why and who you kiss, because you're breathing life into that. And if it's something that you don't like, you're breathing life into something you don't like. But when you bring everything together, when you utilize the Reiki and you set the life and the light on top of the light, that's why we activated our hands first. And that's why we put the word on the activated hands. When you put what you don't like in the light, then you breathe life into it. That's transmutation. This is Reiki. This is what I utilize for my dog. Remember I said, because I don't have the same job I used to have when I was younger. I left that job. Even though I was making a lot of money, it didn't sit right with me. So I left and I went to Sedona for a spiritual trip. So I wasn't making a lot of money anymore. So when my dog got sick like a month or two ago, I called the vet and they said it's going to cost upwards of $100. His whole left side of his body, he couldn't sit on it anymore. His whole left side, he was crying every time he sat down. And I was like hurt. That's like my child. I'm hurt. I ain't got no money on it. God said, snap out of it, Nadiie. I gave you Reiki. You are my son. Utilize the gifts I gave you. That same technique I gave you, I used for my dog, my husky. In 3 days, he was up dancing and jumping and howling and running all around the house in 3 days. 3 days. But the vet was talking about it's going to cost upwards of $500. It's going to be $500 just for the checkup. 3 days I did it with God's abundance. And God's abundance is priceless. Using the Reiki technique I just gave you. First, I put my doubts in the activated hands. I closed them. I blew on them. And I said, today, my dog is going to get up. Today, my dog is going to stop crying because he think he hurt. You cannot be hurt. You cannot be hurt because your name is literally Solaris. It means of the sun. You are an extension of the Son of God. There's no possible way. I'm going to do everything in my will to make sure you're right. And you're all right. You're right and you're all right. That technique I just did for y'all, I did it for my dog. So when people talk about, oh, this is not real, this is not, I'm the reason why I'm so locked in discernment and why I'm so knowing is because everything I have given you, I've tried for myself. Now, I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'm a master of all of that. You know, when some things like that happen, you don't expect them. So I was hurt and I was caught off guard. I was walking on eggshells. I was like, God, I don't know if this is going to happen. I don't know if this is going to work. God said, snap out of it. Just show up. It surprised me. For real. I'm going to keep it honest with y'all. Because it's different performing Reiki on humans. Reiki on humans is easy. But I'm doing it on an animal. I don't know. But God just said, show up. 3 days, he was all right. 3 days. 3 days of this. I was doing that practice. And then after I did the Reiki, I did this technique where my hands were just glowing and I grabbed some coconut oil and I will massage the whole area. But sending light into it. But with the doctors, when I was telling the vet about his symptoms, because he had foaming out the mouth, he couldn't sit down, it was hurting for him to move his leg, they was like, that sounds like internal damage. Internal damage, like nervous system damage, no matter of massage in the physical world is ever going to heal that. So if I was just to massage him, it wouldn't have done nothing. But we utilized that technique, which just gave you that Reiki. And you heard him howling because he had to go outside. Yes, my boy walked to that door, looked at me and said, you bet open this door. He is perfectly fine. It took him 3 days. 3 days of that Reiki practice. So it works. You have to know this, the knowingness. That's one of the superpowers, okay? We're going to give you one more, and then we're going to touch touch base tomorrow with that particular topic. Because what I really need for y'all is to anchor these. I don't want you just to tell you about it. I want you to be involved with it. But what we just gave you is so powerful. This is something you could take with your whole life. There's some masters dedicate their lives to Reiki, but we're going to give you more. So we're going to give you 2. You utilize what we gave you, and you start applying it. You start working with it. What did you experience to get you prepared? Life. My life has been like this. From the age of 7, I've been astral projecting. 13, I did it consciously. When I was 7, going up into 13, I was just doing it every night. I didn't know how to control it. I watched a video on YouTube from a master that I talked to this day. His name is Ryan Cropper. Ryan Cropper taught me how to astral project on command. He has a YouTube channel, Ryan Cropper. He taught me how to astral project. I watched his video at 13. I followed one of his videos. First time I listened to the steps, I astral projected on command. And I was like, this is what I've been doing since I was a kid all along? This is why I've been afraid of the dark so much? Oh, this isn't my dreams? I'm not having nightmares all day? I'm just in the spirit realms and it just looks crazy? Oh. Yeah, so my whole life I've been like this. I'm a medicine man in our tribe. I'm Sikh Sika. So I've been being prepared for this. I'm as are you, for we are one. You know, I've been sent here as the son of source to bring the light again. As are you, for we are one. It's not just one son of source anymore. That was for the ancient times. Now, all of us are the light. We're literally in New Earth. And a part of New Earth is every single being on this planet is as powerful as Jesus, as powerful as Buddha. Every single being, whether they know it or not. What is the guy's name? The guy's name that taught me how to astral project, his name is Ryan Cropper. My name... astral project on command. I was been astral projecting since I was 7, but I didn't know what I was doing. I was doing it every night, like I am now. Now I do it every night, again, like I was a kid. But at 13, he taught me a technique to do it on command, and it worked first try. So he will forever be in my graces. My name is Nadiie, Nadiie Black. All right, the second superpower. The second superpower you have, you are... All right, so I'm curious. I'm curious if y'all know about this. Does any of y'all watch like Marvel shows, like, you know, like the Marvel cartoons? Like, have y'all watched Inhumans? Say yes or no if you watch like Inhumans, like Marvel. Yes. All right. We got some few yeses. Yeses, no. Okay. For the people that watched the Inhumans, what's the leader? It's like, I don't know if it's named Black Bolt or something. What's the leader of the Inhumans that doesn't talk? But because every time he talks, his voice is so powerful, it just destroys stuff when he speaks. Y'all know who I'm talking about? What's his name? If you remember. He's mute the entire show. The reason is because every time he opens his mouth, and he makes a noise. Like, somebody was beat. Yeah, so y'all know what I'm talking about. I can't remember the name either. But, no, from, it's a Marvel show. It was a cartoon. It's called Inhumans. Black Bolt. That's his name, Black Bolt? His name is Black Bolt. Okay. Y'all are Black Bolt. All y'all are Black Bolt. The reason why these beings want to keep you silenced is because, but look, you don't become Black Bolt until you're activated. You know, like, well, because for the people that don't know, in the Inhumans, right, they don't get their powers, their superpowers, until they go in like this machine, and it's like there's like this ceremony with like this, I don't know if it's like a plant or something, like this ceremony, and when they come out, they see what type of power they have. If they don't come out with a power, then they're not worthy to be in like the royalty. If they do come out with a power, depending on the power, then they'll be in certain areas, right? So it's the same thing. It's the same thing with spirituality. Your voice, your presence, your actions hold no weight until you're activated. So, you know, some people would, you know, come to me and say, well, Nadiie, For all your questions, after this segment, then we're going to start doing the Q&A. People will be like, well, Nadiie, how come certain rappers can just talk about whatever they're talking about and nothing happens to them? It's because they're not activated. But the moment they become activated, even if they just so happen to just scroll past my video one day, they're activated just by looking at me. Because remember, I told you what you see is what you are. They're not so don't get mad when you see rappers and you know all of these, you know, gangsters and all of that. Not all rappers are gangsters, and not all gangsters are rappers. But when you see people that are, you know, of the dark, just being of the dark, and nothing's happening to them, well, the reason is because they're not activated. So nothing matters. But the moment they know who they are, and a lot of them do know who they are, so that's why there's certain laws. But the moment you find out who you are, everything you say manifests, all your actions matter, everything matters, because it's awareness. Right? It's awareness. So, because all of you are activated, your next superpower is your voice. Why are you telling me this, Nadiie? The reason why we're telling you this is because moving forward, even if you already knew that there was power in words, the Son of Source is saying your superpower is your voice. You can't argue no more. Type 0 if a life without arguments sound good. Type 1 if a life with no arguments doesn't sound fun. If a life with no arguments sound fun and good, type 0. If a life with no arguments doesn't sound fun, type 1. We got one that said 1. Oh, she love her debates, don't he? She love her debates. She love her debates. The majority is 0. There's no right or wrong answer here. There's no right or wrong answer here. There's just what we accept or what we don't accept. Remember, there is no right or wrong. She said, I'm confused. 1. She said, 1, I'm confused. 0. She said, hell yeah. I love her. That's her standing in her masterful energy. You type 0 if you feel like a life with no arguments is fun and is good. You type 1 if you feel like a life full of arguments is fun and good. Okay, the mass majority is 0. Not Didi spamming 1. She said, I need you to debate. I love y'all so much. Y'all are so funny. There's no right or wrong. There's only what we value. For all the ones that said they don't like arguing. For all the ones that said their life would be extremely better if they did not argue. Not you sitting in the crazy face. Ooh, spicy. For all the ones that said they do not like arguing. I just told you, the Son of Source just told you that's the second superpower you have. Live by that. Because now, by my name, I affirm all that you allow to exit your mouth to be shown in your life. Ooh, why you just give me that responsibility? Yeah, being a light worker is a responsibility. For all the ones that said they don't want to argue, then don't argue. Well, how do I get out of what if the person lives with me, Nadiie? If the person lives with you, anchor forgiveness. First, you forgive yourself. I forgive myself for putting myself in this situation. Learn how to be silent. Silence is loud. Silence is not weak. Silence is loud. When I say, you are God's child, and anybody that disagrees with it is coming after me. After that, oh, snaps. This is when you bring silence to that. When I say, they're going to come after me and they're going to realize that they shouldn't have. That silence that comes after that is loud. They're going to recognize, oh, snaps. Silence is loud. So if someone is living with you and they want to argue all the time, first be honest and say, listen, It serves not for us to go back and forth. I want to have a better understanding of your position. So I just want to listen. I don't want to listen to respond. I don't want to be reactionary because I care about what you have to say and I care about how you feel. So I just want to just listen. I'm going to sit down and just listen. If you approach somebody with that and they want to argue, they will feel like a butthead if they want you to go back and forth. Because first what's going to happen is going to be like, you going to listen to me? You don't want to go back and forth? No. So then now you're forcing their hand to be like, all right, let me tell you what's really going on with me. And then the conversation may end up somewhere that has nothing to do with y'all. Because most of the time, people that want to argue, they're not actually mad at you. They're mad at another situation. And you're just close to them, so they're just projecting that onto you. But for all the people that said they do want to argue, you better be the best debater of all time. You best be the best debater of all time. I don't want to see not a day where you don't argue. Stand on that. God don't like the wishy-washy. You either you for it or you're not. If you want to argue, you better live and breathe being the best debater. Because to argue is being a debater. You better have only facts. There ain't no neutral. You're either going to be of the light or you're not. And you can still be of the light and argue. There's national debaters. There's politicians that are... Remember, light workers are everywhere. There's light workers that argue with one another because they're trying to prove a point. And sometimes when you talk to the dark, you can't talk to the dark like, hey, beloved, come my way. You got to say, move out the way or you're going to get moved. Sometimes you got to talk to the dark like that. It don't mean you're bad or you're good. It's situational. But if you construct a reality where everybody around you is of peace, you don't have to argue. So don't involve yourself with that. But if you're in the hood and you're dealing with hard-headed people all the time, or your job is just full of hard-headed people, sometimes you got to be stern. So there's no right or wrong. There's only what we accept and what we choose to not accept. But if you said one and you want to be an arguer, you better be down with the facts. You better be up with the facts. You better be well researched. Nobody better not catch you off guard about any topic that you have. I just had deja vu about this moment. Welcome home. You better be in the facts with only your topics. And if something got nothing to do with you, don't focus on it. But if you know about that topic and you know, you wrong. If you do hair, and they saying you gotta flat iron your hair like this, and you know that's not the right way, and you said one, that's not how you do it. You do it like this. I know. How do you know? Because that temperature does this, and when you have 4C hair, you better hit all the angles. You either are all for it, or you're not. There ain't no in between. This world, remember, as above, so below. This world says that. The world removed the middle class. There's no in between. There's either you're for the light or you're not. And if you argue, doesn't mean you're not for the light. Remember, because there's some dark beings that are just hard-headed. So you gotta yell at them sometimes. Not all the time. It's very rare when you do. It's very rare when you do. But sometimes you do. So your second superpower is your voice. It's your voice. Save me some tea. Girl, I'm giving you the tea. Let me get this one and I'm going to give you all the other tea. So, that's your second superpower. Your first superpower is the Reiki that we just displayed, that we just showed you. Day 3, remember, we're going live for 7 days. Click the link in my bio, click Nadiie's guidance. You'll see the days that you missed. Day 3 was all about our spiritual gifts, and one of them was Reiki. We went over a deeper version of that. One of your superpowers is Reiki that we just did. The second is your voice. Whatever you don't like, don't talk about it. How do I get to your bio? You'll click the the way, you'll click my page, and then I have an arrow, like you'll see, like, you know, my profile picture. In the description, it says spiritual master and musician. It says to book a session, click here. You just click that link where that arrow is pointing, and it'll pull up my link tree. And then in my link tree, you'll see Nadiie Black's guidance. If you click Nadiie Black's guidance, that takes you to my YouTube page that you can subscribe to, where you can watch all of the other days that you missed, because we're going live for 7 days. The first topic is superpowers we have dormant. We covered the 2 that you have dormant. Your voice and your way of the hands, called Reiki. A lot of us are the reason why we're getting sick nowadays, or your throat tensing up randomly. A lot of the times, it's because you're not utilizing your voice. But utilizing your voice doesn't mean you gotta yell at everybody all the time. Doesn't mean you have to argue. Sometimes it does. It's rare when it does, but we're not going to act like there's not hard-headed people on earth that don't listen to peace. We're not going to act like that they just don't exist. Sometimes you have to be stern, but most of the time you don't. A lot of the times when our voice is in our throats is very tight is because we're not utilizing the power in our voice, or we're not recognizing the power in our voice. Your voice, coughing so bad I can't talk. May your presence be the language that you utilize moving forward until your voice remembers that it's God. By my name I affirm that, and so it is. Wolf Kai 82. So, that. Now your words are potent. Your words are very, very, pay attention to your words. Every single word that you choose, you pay attention to it. Yes. The second superpower that you have dormant is Reiki. It literally is in you. And we just showed you how to get it out. So utilize that. All right. Those are the 2. We're going to talk about more superpowers tomorrow. More gifts that you can utilize. Now, we're going to move over to the second topic. You know, today's class, I kind of knew today's class was going to be longer. But we're going to kind of speed through this, because the other 2 is pretty simple. What is your opinion on CERN? We talked about CERN yesterday. But what CERN is, CERN, they learn their things. CERN learned all of their techniques and ideologies from Atlantis. The reason why Atlantis fell is because they was, like, the mythologies of half man, half human and all of that. Well, Atlantis is what created those type of things. And how they did it is they had this machine that would send energy down into the earth. And they would extract some essence and be able to direct consciousness to go in a different body. And they would combine these 2 things. Well, they sent the beams down in the earth so much that it caused the tectonic plates in the earth to shift. An earthquake, an earthquake happened because there was a big separation and water just started gushing out. So instead of them sending the energy down, what CERN is doing is sending the energy up. Remember, CERN said that on April 8th, the day of the eclipse, CERN said they want to create a portal in the sky. But what are they doing? They're sending a beam up. So they got the information from Atlantis. They said, if I'm not going to send it down, we know what happens. What happens if we send it up? CERN is essentially the embodiment of curiosity killed the cat. That's exactly what it is. How did I get this information? Astral projection. Astral projection. Being. Talking. Learning. Looking. A lot of the stuff. A lot of the stuff that I talk about, you don't need spirituality to see. You just look around. Look in the world. A lot of crazy things are happening. Like, I tell people, don't come to me saying it ain't that deep, because you either believe God is all or God is nothing. And if God is all, look up the definition of all. It means all. So now God is everything. So, well, because God is everything, everything is deep. Don't come to me saying, oh, that's so unrealistic, because every single thing that you utilize in your life right now at one point in time was deemed unrealistic until what? Somebody said, I'm going to make this a reality. Again, because that flew over some people's heads. Every single thing you use in your day-to-day today at one point in time was deemed unrealistic until what? Somebody said, I'm going to make this a reality. If you take your cell phone back 500 years ago, they're going to call you God. What do you mean you can communicate to this person at 300? What the heck is even 300 miles? We don't even measure that far. So when people say, oh, this type of stuff is Exactly. Even people 50 years ago would be shocked. Yes, you're using the method. So don't come to me saying stuff is unrealistic. It's just not realistic yet. Don't come to me saying stuff is unrealistic. It's just not realistic yet. In my life it is, but it's not yet realistic to you. Exactly. It's not yet realistic to you. Remember, and this stuff is just logical. We're not even getting into spirituality stuff. Tesla, the person that where we still use his inventions today, said if you want to understand the universe, talking frequency and energy. That's literally one of his quotes. You know how long ago Tesla was? Now, guess what happened? We're talking about frequency and energy. You see how everything comes full circle? They was like, what the heck is a frequency and what the heck is an energy back then? Now we're saying, what do you mean what the heck is a frequency? What do you mean what you're saying? What the heck is an energy? Thank you. That's the next word. He said vibration. He said frequency, energy, and vibration. I knew there was one more, but I was like, I'm going to wait because I know somebody in the comments is going to say the third one. Yes, almost 100 years ago, Tesla was talking about this. So there's nothing that is unrealistic for real. It's just not realistic yet in your life. So I get this information from the same source that Jesus gets his information, from the same source that Buddha gets his information, from the same source that Malcolm X and Martin Luther and Gandhi and Dr. Sebi got their information. The same source. The source. My source is the source. And then source gives us resource. My source is the source, and the source gives resource. Y'all like that? My source is the source, and the source gives resource. All right, the second thing is the galactic wars. This is a very loaded question. So what we're going to do is we're going to condense it. Because we have a whole, we could do a whole class. I actually made a few videos on galactic wars. But we're going to condense it into this. We're going to tell you a quick story and how everything happened. Because for you to understand galactic wars, it's not to go marvel at the tree about what it spread into. It's about looking at the root of everything. The root of what galactic wars is we all existed in heaven once upon a time, in this place that we call God's domain. As we exist in this place, everything was so much of peace, and then a fleeting energy came over us, and it disguised itself as a thought. This thought was, what would it be like to be separate from God? God. And it faded away. The fact that we accepted the thought separated us. See, thoughts are outside of yourself. They don't emerge from within without. They go from without within. That's scientifically proven. They put machines, like little helmets on people's heads, tell you to think. And because of the energy around you and your aura field, they can actually, they say, think about something, and they have a computer where they can show you what you're thinking. Oh, I can tell she's thinking about a lion right now because this frequency and this frequency, it defines a lion. This was, when I seen that video, they was using like old technology, like the 40s, the 50s, 60s type technology. So you can only imagine what they can do with today's technology when they did that. And I seen that video on YouTube. So when that thought came over and we accepted the thought, that's when the separation happened. It didn't immediately happen to where it was so abrupt, to where people literally just blinked out of the universe as if Thanos snapped. It was a gradual process. People slowly were starting to feed into that thought and think it more, and that thought roots into other thoughts. Well, if we're separate from God and we only know love here, then what is there anything other than love? Another thought. See, that one thought, what happens if we're separate from God? Now spawn another thought. Well, if God is only love and we're talking about separation from God, then that means, is there something other than love? And you see how you just keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper in the rabbit hole. The people that got deeper, the beings and aspects of us and the galactic and all of these dimensions, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, all of these dimensions. When we got so deep, some of us felt bad for feeling those things. Oh no, we don't want God to see that we felt this. We feel so bad. We don't even want to be here. We don't even want to be here. We got to go somewhere else. So we ventured off into this thought form realm called the ethers. When we accepted the thought, a realm full of, remember, energy cannot be destroyed, only transferred, only, manipulated. The moment we accepted a thought, the ethers were born. Ethers literally just mean as a thought form realm. So, like, for example, if you was to look up astral projection, you'll find videos that say dangers of astral projection. The reason why you see those videos that say dangers of astral projection is because they went into the ethers first, because their energy was not all the way in the light, so they went to the ethers first. The ethers is like the lowest realm, and then it goes to the first astral realm, and then all the others. The ethers is the first one. If you feel, because remember, to astral project, you have to go through sleep paralysis. And then from sleep paralysis is your physical body is now sleep. You have no use for it. It's now your consciousness is awake. You can slip out into your astral body and then get up out your physical body and move around as if you were still in your physical body. Well, those people that don't know that and that accidentally found themselves in sleep paralysis but did not know anything about astral projection, they instantaneously went into the ethers. What is the ethers? A thought form realm. If they felt like somebody was sitting on top of them, it's a thought form realm. When they open their eyes, they see it. If you feel like Jason is in your hallway with a chain and is dragging on the floor, it's a thought form realm. If you think it, it happens. That's what masters that actually care about you would say. If you aren't mentally stable, I would never teach you anything about astral projection. Because on the off chance that you go to the ethers, if you just hear something and your immediate thought is horror movie activated, then you shouldn't be here. So, with that, some of us that have that thought, that entertain the thought, what happens if we're separate from source? We went into the ethers because we said, I want to dismantle. So our intention was pure, because remember, we're still of God, so all of our intentions are pure. It's just a thought that came that we accepted. So we went into the ethers to say, I want to stop and undo what I did. We didn't go there to bathe in our sorrow, because remember, we came from God. We don't know what sorrow is. We don't know what hate is. We came here to undo what we did. But when we came into the ethers, we realized there was war. The moment we came into the ethers, there was a galactic war going off. Because listen, people be like, well, I thought you talking about we were the first ones. What you mean when we got there was already beings? We're so timeless and so much in oneness. There was no perception of time. We didn't know other beings felt that. And then they went to go to the ethers to do the same thing to undo it. So when we went there, we just seen wars happening. Because remember how we said, when you first think, what happens if I could be separate from God? Remember, that thought birthed another thought. Well, if God is only love, then is there anything other than love? And it just keep going down a rabbit hole. The beings that was in the ethers, they couldn't find a way to go back. So they kept going deeper and deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole. So much so to the point where they said, I'm going to hurt you. That's what Galactic Wars is. There's no need telling you who was fighting who and all that. That doesn't matter. You have to know the reason why it even happened in the first place. Because if you know about the root, what can you do? Uproot it. When you know about the root, you can uproot it. If you're thinking about the tree, all you're going to do is just chop the tree down, but the roots are still in the soil. Pull the whole tree trunk up. Pull the whole tree trunk up. Go to the root. The root of the problem is you thought you were separate from God. That's the root of the problem. That's Galactic Wars. All right. Type 33s in the chat if that made sense. Type 33s in the chat if that made sense. Everybody, type 33s in the chat if that made. I need to make sure I'm not going over people's heads. I want to make sure that we're still interactive. I want to make sure that I'm actually bringing service. Because remember, like I said about the money thing, I don't want y'all to send me anything if I'm not bringing forth service. I'm not 33 and a half. You're hilarious. Wolf Kai, okay, so I got 2 no's. Makes me curious of what or who Rick really was now. Rick as in Rick and Morty? I'm confused. Rick and Morty? Because we were talking about galactics and portals and all of that. What do you mean by that, Thon the Ram? So I seen 2 people that don't get it. Oh, Rick and Morty. Really, Rick and Morty. Oh, okay. I was making a joke. You see, source is another way. Source is like, what are you talking about? Oh, this is probably what he's talking about. Yeah. Makes sense. A lot of stuff started to make sense, right? You got 2 people. One person said 33 and a half. It kind of made sense. If it kind of made sense on some level, all that means is a seed was planted in you, and as you live your life, it'll be watered, and it will make more sense. For the ones that said they didn't get it, DM me. The ones that said they didn't get it, DM me. All right, the last topic before we get into a Q&A, and then after our Q&A, we're going to do our prayer, and that's going to wrap everything up nicely, weave everything together, is natural disasters. And this one will be a quick one as well. We've got to speed through this, but it's actually a very quick answer. It's not like we're intentionally speeding past it. It's just a very quick answer. Earth is going through contractions. Why? Anytime we all make a gigantic shift in frequency, people, if you miss most of this day, that's perfectly fine. Remember, I'm off today, so the moment this is done, it's gonna process for 30 minutes to an hour, and then I'll be able to download it. I post all of the days. Remember, this is day 5. I'm going live 7 days in a row until April 7th, 8:00 a.m. Click the link in my bio. Click Nadiie Black's guidance within the link tree. It'll take you to my YouTube page where all of these are posted. This will be posted in a few hours. All right, I probably won't need this long, but give me at least 5 hours after this is done. I'm probably not going to need that long, but make sure you, within a few hours, I'm going to post on my story, because it said the story goes directly to your followers. It says when you post on TikTok normally, it pretty much just goes to everybody else besides your followers. But when you post on your story, it only goes to your followers. So you'll see me frequently post on my story, new episode is up. Natural disasters. Natural disasters happen because Earth is going through contractions. When there's a major shift on the planet, whether something is rising or something is leaving as in Hollywood, leaving like did he do it or didn't he do it? Leaving like, Ryan Garcia figuring out certain things. Leaving like when all of these things are leaving the dark and we are rising up. Source's son coming into a public platform, talking to the other forms of God's children. When Michael Murdaugh doing the same thing, Ryan Cropper doing the same thing, all these beings. And when I start talking about the light, the sun now just start beaming through my patio door. When all of this stuff starts happening, Earth goes through contractions. Why? What is contractions associated with? Birth. When Earth is going through contractions, it's aligning itself with birth. So it's going to be birthing something new. To birth is not only to give, but it's also to lose. When you birth, you lose that big stomach, you lose the pains, you lose the contractions, you lose what was once inside of you. But you gain something else. You gain a child, you gain that which is the light, you gain purity, you're giving. It's this coexisting relationship. So when you see natural disasters, don't even say the word disaster. Just say the word natural. It's natural. Because when you look at the world around you, I don't even align with the word disaster. But I could understand someone saying the word disaster if they looked around and everything was peaches and cream. And then just all these natural tornadoes and everything start popping off. If everything was just peaches and cream, and then earthquakes and tornadoes and all of that, forest fires and all of that was happening, then that's probably a natural disaster. I don't know what's going on. But when you look around and you see things are literally falling, structures like Hollywood falling, the son of source and all of these beings that are of the light are rising up. Things that once was unrealistic is now realistic. When you see things around you that's just changing, this wasn't normal. Everybody wearing masks, the entire world wearing masks and not wanting to be around each other and forced to stay. When all of these things happen, that's different. Earth goes through contractions because it's just changing the frequency. We're changing. Remember, we're changing the frequency of Earth. Remember, we're the jury. The jury has to collectively decide on something, and then we give it to the deciders. Like, remember the spiritual courts. When we collectively decide that our frequency is going to be of something different, then we give it to the deciders, and now Mother Earth has to make the adjustment. Because remember, what you see is what you are. The moment she sees us as beings that's judging and hating and fighting each other, she's going to see that, and she's going to become that. The moment she sees us as in the light, all right, let me make my shift as well. Remember, to heal a wound is to what? Expose it. So she has to go through, flood things, bring the tornadoes, get everything out the way to expose the wound so that when the summer comes up and the ladder of spring comes up, things can start to blossom. That's why natural disasters are happening, because you're so much of and in the light. So that should be of a round of applause. So give yourself a pat on the heart and a pat on the back. See, some people want spirituality to be so complex. It's actually very simple. And this is what the native cultures taught us. Because remember, I'm Native American. So the elders taught me everything. Life is very simple. They said, Nadiie, if you want to understand God, listen. The elders literally was telling me this. Nadiie, if you want to understand God, see God as a circle. Spirituality is so simple. And the reason why natives are like so revered in the spiritual community isn't because of how powerful the techniques are. Their techniques are powerful because they're simple. Because God is simple. God is not complex. It's just love. And God is really not just love. It's actually more than that. But the closest thing we have in humanity that could describe God is simply a one-word thing, which is love. It's actually far more than that, but it's beyond words. So the closest thing that's why Yeshua spoke in parables. You're never going to, it's not even unconditional love, Gabriel. It's perfect love. Because unconditional love is still of duality. Unconditional love is, I'm not going to be of conditions, therefore I shall be unconditional. You see how there's two. Perfect love is just love. It's just period. God is a perfect love. Not even unconditional love. But to get to perfect love, you got to be unconditional. And then you can just say, love can just be on its own and stand still. That's why Yeshua was speaking parables, because this information is in the beyond. You're never, like Albert Einstein said, you can't solve a problem with the same mind that created it. So you're never going to understand the beyond utilizing a mind that thought it's separate from the beyond. So Yeshua would say metaphors and parables. Heaven is like a kingdom. He's not saying heaven is a kingdom with a castle and heaven and pearly gates. That's not what's being said. What's being said is metaphorical. The easiest way we can explain how heaven is to utilize this analogy, this metaphor. So, yes, elders were talking about, listen, if you want to understand what source is or God, I'm going to draw a circle in the dirt and tell me if you can see God in that. Explain how this could be interpreted as source. Simple. If you can see the simplicity and the beyond, you'll be able to see everything. That's why they say have the faith of a mustard seed. They don't say have the faith of a fish oil pill. You know, those are hella thick, hella big. A mustard seed is very, very small. Because it's simple. Because all you need is just a little bit. Alrighty, y'all. If that all made sense, type 33s in the chat. If that all made sense, type 33s in the chat, if that made sense. Type 33s in the chat if that made sense. Gotta make sure y'all up with me. That's the longest we've been live. I see a trend. Remember, Source just tells us show up. And Source is like, you off work, right? Yeah, go all the way. 4 hours? Oh no! 4 hours. It doesn't feel like 4 hours though. Because remember, we're timeless, so we're holding into this energy. We're timeless. Somebody said 72.9. That is hilarious. I don't know if we're going to be doing this that long, but... Explain 33 for the newcomers. 33, it's a mudra we created. It means Hania. Hania is Hopi for spirit warrior. When you align with the frequency of 33, which has been curated by Christ consciousness, A.K.A. God's will itself. When you align with this frequency, what you're essentially saying is, listen, I understand to heal a wound is to expose the wound. So anything that does not serve in my life, may it be revealed so I can put it on the altar of Source. So when you align with this frequency, you're essentially saying, Source, I'm willing to be the embodiment of the light. But to be the embodiment of the light, I first must anchor all there is within me. And we're not going to be able to anchor all there is if there's still illusions, because illusions is not. It's very simple. So when you align with 33, you're aligning yourself with Christ consciousness, God's will, Buddha consciousness, everything that aligns itself with what the truth is. That's what it means. And we have a mudra, 33. And then if you bring this into this, and your fingers are like this, you can meditate like this. This mudra has been utilized and curated by me and Yeshua. Me and Yeshua in the astral realms. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was a little quick story. When I first was working with Yeshua in this life, because I've been working with him, but like in a more apparent way, he was teaching me how to meditate. I was on a mailbox. I was sitting on, the little gray mailboxes. I was sitting on top of the gray mailboxes, and he was teaching me how to meditate. And this is even before 33 was coming about. But as I go back into that vision, I realize, oh, this is what I was doing. 33 is like this, right? You link both threes together. You make sure your thumb and your pinky, the tip of them are connected, because it forms infinity. Yes. So, boom, that all made sense. Perfect. Now we're moving into the Q&A segment. After this segment, we're going to start our prayer, weave everything together, and yes, the prayer is going to be in the native tongue. You do not want to miss that. So, all right, everybody, on the count of three, we just did a lot. We talked about a lot of energy flowing in the room. So on the count of three, we're going to take one more deep breath and then shoot your questions. 1, 2, 3. Breathe for as long as you need to. Hold it for as long as you need to. Just focus on your breath right now. Anchor this. It serves not to just throw stuff on the wall and see if it sticks. Anchor it. You eat the meal. You enjoy the meal. You don't just suffocate on the meal. Now that we got the breaths integrated, ask away. What type of questions do you have? Ask away. What type of questions do you have? And we'll answer the questions. And remember what we said. See, not a master teaching right now. For all of us are masters. What serves for you right now is to know that because we're all connected, and the construction of what you think Source's Son being in front of you is of your own actions, you must know that you are a master. So if you see questions that you have the answers to, and what you think Nadiie is intentionally ignoring them, it's because that's a test from beyond to see you have the answers. Are you going to answer it? This is not a energy of we're only going to value Nadiie. No, everybody in here has value. If I know, how some people, they have the lives where multiple people are talking. Right now, on the 7th day, remember, this is day 5. On the 7th day, the people that really integrated this information, and I'm not going to invite nobody on the podium until they've integrated this information. Because when you integrate it, you remember who you are. So on the 7th day, to really anchor the fact that I'm not the only master, we're going to handpick people that I know integrated. I can, listen, we're beyond technology. I can just sense your name, see how you talk, see your frequency, whether you have a username or it's your real name. I can sense it, and I can see, oh yeah, that person integrated it. Or even if a person hasn't fully integrated it, if they are aligning themselves with I feel like it on some level could serve me. You can still be invited to the stand, because the goal is not to just be, oh, this master on talking on this podium or whatnot. It's to show and remind everybody that you are master. So on that 7th day, all of us is going to come up, and I may start channeling, and then I might just go mute, and I just might mute myself and unmute you, and we're going to say, finish where I left off. What does God have to say? That's why it's important for y'all to integrate all of this homework. Because on that day, if you get choose to be on that podium and I start talking and not just be like, I mute myself and unmute you and say, go ahead. Go ahead, master. Show all these people that you're a master as well. We're going to see how many people are really like that. They ask your questions. All right. So, because the point is to show all these people in here that know. The people us in here, they're your spirit family, they're your lineage. They're just as potent in power and in knowledge as what you think I am. Each day, each day, each life will get longer. Literally, I'm seeing the trend. It's wild. The longest I've ever been on a live. That is hilarious. I'm locked in with you, teacher. I'm off. I'm here for all the days I can. That's hilarious. We're grateful. Ask away. Ask your questions if you have any questions. Are you a 33? That question is a little different. That's. We'll say yes. We'll say yes. There's a big reason, but that can't be said on camera because it's going to mess up the technology. Because you already seen when we was talking about Christ energy and performing certain things on camera. Y'all seen the lives was messing up. Like I said, I said it, and then 2 seconds later, people was talking about it's freezing and all of that. There's no coincidence. So I'm just going to say yes to Are You a 33? And then we're going to move past that. Ancestors in the eclipse. Ancestors in the eclipse. Well, regarding the eclipse, the ancestors are saying this is what we prophesied about all of you. So no longer look towards us to find answers because we're looking towards you. Ooh, deep. Your ancestors are now looking towards you. So if y'all try to pray to the ancestors around this time, they're going to look at y'all and be like, we're actually praying to you. Because, we prophesied about this moment, but we don't know what's going to happen after the moment because y'all all live in the moment. So literally, we're so powerful that their prophecies aren't getting made until we live this. And then once we live this, then you'll start to see new prophecies emerge on earth about what happens after new earth happens. Everything is so connected. You'll be surprised how timelessness operates. Will you be outside during the eclipse? In the realms of spirit, I will be, but not in physicality. I'm just going to be holding space. It's not a right or wrong thing. Remember, it's about holding space for people. But it's easier for me to help the world if I'm not just solely focused on one particular location. So I'm going to be in the spirit realms with it. Did Jesus have the energy in the sun or something else that was unique to his being? Yes. I got to be very careful because if I start talking, remember when I start talking about that, it messes up. What I will say about it is, remember the technique I gave y'all when you cover your body in white and gold light. There are stories about when they would see Yeshua, he had this golden hue about him. It's that light. So what I will say is, anchor yourself. I think that was day 3, yes. So go on my YouTube, click the link in the bio, go Nadiie Black's Guidance, go watch day 3 when I was talking about the golden hue of light and how to do it. Because that's what Yeshua did. And it's one of the reasons why he really came through life on earth unscathed. Why can't we see faster results from manifesting? The reason is because you think you can't. The fact that you ask the question is why. Because now you're going against yourself. Your manifestations happen instantaneously. But one, you have to ask yourself, if the thing I'm manifesting, is it actually going to benefit me on a mass scale, or is it just going to feed what I think my ego is? Because if it's just going to only feed what you think your ego is, you're still subscribing to physical laws, so it's only going to happen to physical laws. Like, for example, the reason why Yeshua's manifestations and all of that happened instantaneously, because he cared not about the ego. He said this is for God. So because he wasn't focused on any level about physical reality and physical world, and every last one of his actions has something to do with the beyond, well, the beyond is supersedes physicality. So first, if you want to manifest faster, it's not do a technique that says you get how to manifest faster. It's remove the idea that you can't manifest. Been having odd dreams for years about natural stuff happening. Is there anything beyond that? Natural stuff happening? Anything beyond that? Yes. Well, I actually predicted a few nights ago, and there was a war that was about to pop off. And the moment I stepped on the battlefield, the war, all parties on both sides, all armies, they just ran away. So your presence, just when you show up, that is gonna handle some things. Let's see. I know I felt like I visualized astral projection on a few times, but I will. Yeah, Ryan Cropper, he taught me when I was age of 13. Like, yeah. I mean, I can teach you how to astral project, but the techniques that I use now are very advanced. So Ryan Cropper, RyanCropper, he has some simple techniques. Because the stuff I would teach you is extremely advanced. But it's like if you go watch one of his crash course on astral projection and you hear some of his techniques, then you go watch me and then you listen to my techniques, you can kind of blend them together and it will be easier. Because if you act like, for example, say you DM me about astral projection, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to give you the baby stuff. I'm going to give you the hard stuff. And then you'd be like, dang, that was a lot. And I'm like, yeah, figure it out. Because I'm for giving you all the truth. But you have some people that still, baby. But with that, it's like there's not really much you can baby step as it pertains to astral projection, because you're literally leaving your physical body to go in a different dimension. That's in itself, just thinking that that's even possible, that's a giant step. That's a leap. So should we be inside meditating? It really just serves for you. If your spirit yearns to go outside, after this Q&A, we're going to go to the prayer and then weave everything together. If you yearn to go outside and you have that energy, don't restrict yourself. But if you see your friends and everybody doing it, but you feel like I shouldn't, then don't do it. Trust your intuition. Me personally, I'm not because it's bad or good, because what serves for me is to not be in. It's not the fact that people have to get out the idea. It's not the fact that I'm not going outside. It's the fact that I'm not going to be in the physical reality. I'm going to the spirit realms to hold space. I'm not going to be in physicality. So, but if it serves for you to not be in the spirit realms with it and outside with it, then be outside with it. If you can handle all of that energy, if you watch these classes, you can handle all the energy, then yeah, why not? Why not? If someone says don't do it, don't look at the sun because who cares? If you know you're a God's child, then stand in that. Don't be like, I'm God's child except for when there's an eclipse. Huh? No, I'm God's child all the time in all ways, so nothing can hurt me. The moment you think something can hurt you, you already been hurt. And the first attack is not from someone else, it's an attack on yourself. It's an attack on character. That's the first attack. And it's utilizing a thought that says, I am not capable. Should I meditate every day? Yes, but meditation isn't about stillness. So if you're actually, should I be still and meditate? Not necessarily, but meditation is simply awareness of breath. You know how we took a quick breather and everything felt light? That's meditation. But if you're asking, should I be in a meditative state every day? Also, yes. A meditative state, if you practice stillness one time, so one good time on one of your off days, meditate in like a stillness aspect for like an hour in silence. Like an hour. Or about 33 minutes to an hour. And then the moment, don't open your eyes at all. And then the moment your alarm goes off, when that 33 minutes or that hour goes up, or anything in between that, when you first open your eyes, just recognize how you feel. You will feel so light. Like everything will feel different. You have to maintain that space. You'll recognize that space, that thought, not even really thought, that presence that you feel. It will leave if you see something that you didn't expect, or if you laugh really hard, or if you're screaming, or if you hurt your toe, or adrenaline kicks up, that space will leave. So that's why you have to remain balanced. That's why if you astral project and you get too excited, you get sent back to your body. It's always about a balance. Do you think Jesus is 33 instead of dying at the age of 33? He didn't die at all. He just left his flesh. He's not dead. But the reason why the number is insignificant, remember, my birthday is 010101, and we talk about 33 for a reason. It's Christ consciousness. So my brother Yeshua, he chose that frequency for a very specific reason. But he didn't die or leave the flesh in the way that you think he left the flesh, and he just moved back home. All he did was move back home. He packed his bag and he moved back home. So he's still alive. That's how he's able to talk to me and you. You said, how do I talk to Jesus? You're talking to Christ consciousness. If you want to learn how to talk to Jesus, remember, he doesn't identify with the body. If you want to learn how to talk to quote-unquote Jesus, you have to learn how to embody Christ consciousness. So when you embody Christ consciousness, every action that you make would have been an action that Jesus would have made. That went over some people's head. When you embody Christ consciousness, every action that you make as you embody it would have been the action that Jesus would have made. So if you want to learn how to talk to Jesus, live like him. And then every single thought and action you make would have been his thought and action. That's the easiest way. And then you never know. One day you may see him in the ethers. He may be like, oh, you embody this so much, I'm gonna come to you. But remember, he can't come to you from the external until the Christ is willed from the internal. And it's not, and the thing is, Jesus will never talk to you if you think he's a separate person. On some level, on a soul level, even if it's not conscious, on some level, you have to recognize that you're only talking to yourself when he's talking to you. If you don't know that consciously, but you know on a soul level, then he'll talk to you. But if you don't know it on a soul level, and you don't know it consciously, or if you say it consciously, but you don't on a soul level agree with it, he won't come to you. Because Jesus and all of these beings, Yeshua, all of these beings, they're not enablers. So they're never going to do anything to enable the doubts that's within you. And separation is of doubt. So if they on some level feel like if they show up in your life, you're going to view them as separate, they'll never show up, because the whole point is to realize all is one. But on some level, if you know that I'm only talking to myself, if they appear in my life, then they'll show up in your life as much as it serves. All right, I see one more question. Can you speak on the Christos oil? What do you mean by that? What is that? David Davery. What is Christos oil? I can see there's a difference on what's coming through regardless. I can say what's coming through, but I know sometimes when people ask very specific questions like that, you want very specific answers. But in regards to that, the reasoning I'm seeing oil is with the techniques that we gave you, especially when we were talking about the superpowers and your voice and the power that you have, especially with the Reiki and all of these things. But you must know is there's not just one thing that's sacred. You have to treat yourself as that which makes things sacred. You have to treat yourself as that which makes things holy. So there's not one specific oil that's holy. Even if it's been activated, okay, that's cool. It's a holy oil or whatever. The moment anything comes in your presence, when you anchor that which is the light, it becomes holy. Does that make sense? So that this mason jar, right? In of itself, the mason jar may not be special. But because the Son of God is holding the mason jar, it now becomes special. So when you hold on to something, when you touch your hair, when you use oil, whatever is coconut oil, anything, when it's in your presence, all of the energy and the molecules within this that's holding it together is cheering and clapping. We're next to God. We're next to God. We're next to God. The reason why it doesn't seem special when you put it down, and because it's like, aw. The moment you pick it back up, we're next to God. We're next to God. So every single thing that you put in your presence, you don't even necessarily have to physically touch it. If it's in your presence, it's cheering because it's in the presence of the light. Now he's talking about the oil in the brain that goes down to the spine, the solar plexus to return back. Oh, that reminds me of Kundalini. So when you said that essentially is the process of Kundalini. Krishnos is the spinal fluid that flows to the pineal gland and activates essentially Kundalini. What is being said regarding that is, because you're listening to this high-level information, we're utilizing the term high for human transcription. For truth, there is no high, low, left, right, in or without. All right? It is Kundalini energy, right? But be careful with what you align with as it pertains to Kundalini. Because you're getting this true integrated frequency. So if I was to start talking about how to do that, you'll experience very powerful things. There's stories about monks that will go to Tibet, or just even yogis that will go to like Eastern cultures and to the mountains. They will practice with these masters the real ways of Kundalini and rising energy up to your spine and stuff like that. And the real energy isn't fun and it isn't cute. It burns. Because the Kundalini energy, it burns everything away. It literally will feel like you're dying and being rebirthed. So really be careful with that type of stuff that you play with. Be very careful with utilizing certain techniques with your third eye. Not necessarily to be fearful of anything, but just know if you ask for it, it's going to come. Are you a Christian? No, I'm not. I see that you're asking it because we understand... I was literally about to say before you commented that I understand that you're saying that because Christ consciousness and Yeshua. Yeshua is a man, he's not the religion. Buddha is a man, he is not the religion. The issue that humans has is they combine the two. The first time I met Yeshua, the first thing he said to me was, remove this idea of this person that you have about me that book tells you about. Because you have to remember, at one point I was a man. If you was to read the book and only utilize your perspectives of me from that book, you would think I am Superman. But what you must understand is the reasoning we came in the flesh was to show everybody that it's possible. It's possible to live this life. Yeshua had the same struggles that you had. You have to think logically for a second. Set aside spirituality, all of that. Think logically as a teacher. Think logically as a teacher. If I am a teacher and I can't relate to the people I am teaching, do you think the lesson is going to come across to the students? Again, if I am a teacher and I can't relate to anybody, I don't know how you feel, I don't know how you act, I don't know why you think the thing that you're thinking. If I come to these students like I'm Superman, and it's like, yeah, look all the cool things I can do you think that the students would actually be able to understand what he's talking about? No, because you're so great, I can't possibly be like that. If Superman came down here and was like, yo, I'm the truth, you the truth, we're going to be like, that's just an empty statement. What do you mean? So Yeshua, what he did was, I love you so much, I'm going to be birthed and go through all the struggles that you went through to prove that you can be human and you can amass this. Yeshua did not come out the womb as a baby crying, moving mountains and all of that extra stuff. When he stomped his feet, earthquakes happen. He did not come out the womb like that. If you just think logically, you know how destructive that would be. Even in your own stories, angels would come to Mother Mary. Because remember, people that they think Yeshua is the only Christ, but what they don't understand is Christ is a consciousness. Mother Mary is just as much Christ as Yeshua, because to birth the Christ, you have to be the Christ. Grandmother Anne, Yeshua's grandmother, is that much of the Christ because she had to create. So before the angel came to Mother Mary saying that Yeshua was going to be birthed within her, these spirits came to Grandmother Anne because Grandmother Anne was a part of the creation of the Essenes. The Essenes is the teachers that taught Yeshua about how to raise the dead, how to turn water into wine, and alchemy, and all these type of things. Yeshua in it of himself did not know all of these things from a vessel perspective. Yes, all his DNA was activated to be receptive to it. You can tell when people aren't having activated DNA, when they're just not even receptive to the information. So we made sure Yeshua's DNA was activated, so when the information would come, his brain isn't instantly rejected. He says, I can see how that could be possible. And he's curious about it. So when angels went to grandmother Anne to say, create the Essenes, because in your lineage a baby shall be born that shall change the world. The Essenes is going to be a very powerful teachers in a land called Qumran. Then once everything was aligned and the Essenes community was formed, then Mother Mary, boom, 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 immaculate conception. Now, what did the angel tell Mary? This child that shall be born, you only treat it with love. But Yeshua is only love. So what do you mean? Because he's still a human. You know how you raised his brothers and raised everything else. Exactly. He developed into the Christ. He had all of the seasonings and everything within him already, but things had to be activated for him to remember. If Yeshua was born in the hood, he would be a gangster. Because he's around that type of environment. He's being raised by the environment. So the angel was like, you need to coddle this child. You need not yell at him. You show him sternness. You show him respect. You show him immense love. You teach him the ways of the beyond. You don't force him in that direction, but just show him that there's beauty in being spiritual. That's why Yeshua was birthed in that spiritual family. Because if he was birthed in another family, his mother would have raised him however that environment was raised in. It's simple. And just like you, all your DNA is activated already. You just need certain life scenarios to remember. So when Yeshua came through Mother Mary, per the Spirit's request, he was coddled. And he was taught by the Essenes in a land called Qumran. He didn't just come out the womb with all of this information. He showed you, listen, if you are disciplined in studies, in the light, in God, in the beyond, you will seek out and listen to everyone. If you cared about God so much, you wouldn't bash your brother over here at this religion. You wouldn't bash your brother over there at this religion. Yeshua actually lived his raps. He didn't fake the funk. He said, I'm going to go to Tibet and learn from them. After he learned from the Essenes, his rich uncle was traveling the world. After he learned from the Essenes, he went out to Tibet. Because there's stories. People be like, he didn't travel the world. Then how is he worldwide? You think a pastor in Arkansas that is only in Arkansas is going to be heard around the whole world? No, especially at that time. That's why we're saying separate yourself in spirituality and just use logic. Just logic. If a person at that time with no technology is known all around the world, he traveled all around the world. Simple. After he learned from the Essenes, he said, all right, thank you for teaching me. I'm going to take these studies out and I'm going to learn more. He went to Tibet and learned Reiki. He went to the Eastern religion. That's where he learned Reiki. If you go to Tibet and you go to the Eastern religion and you go to all of these places, there's literally stories and histories about when he went to their town. You're not going to sit up here and tell me that the whole culture is wrong and he didn't show up. He was only in this part of the world. That doesn't make sense. Because literally, in your little religion, it says, after he went over there, he went to Egypt. He was traveling. He wasn't always in one place. Then after he went over there to the Tibet, he went to the UK. You know that because if you go to the UK, there's literally shrines where Mother Mary and Mary Magdalene, there's shrines over there because they was over there. Literally, you go to UK, you'll see Mother Mary shrines and all of that because they touched grace over there. He traveled the world. Then after he went over there, he went to the natives. Vision Quest, Native Americans talk about Vision Quest. We got Vision Quest from Yeshua. He told us if you want to talk to God, you go through these woods, you release yourself from all of these shackles, you make this prayer, and you find the highest mountain peak. He said, in order for this to work, you have to find a mountain. You find the highest mountain peak. You go to the very top of that mountain, you say your final prayer, and you go to sleep, and you will receive a vision. Every single time it works. Yeshua went to, and there's prophecies, and there's light workers. And at that time, they called him Wanikia. They called him Wanikia. He traveled everywhere. They call it Yeshua Wanikia in some of the native lands. Then, and how we know that is the description. You'd be like, how do you know it's Wanikia? When you hear the histories of who Wanikia is, it's the same description of Yeshua. This black man with this long hair, his hands were glowing, he had this golden aura around him. He had the ways of the rainbow. The ways of the rainbow in the native cultures are union. There's something called warriors of the rainbow. This all started from Yeshua. He was traveling. So when you talk about ways of the ways of the rainbow and stuff like that, that's the unification. So he brought that there. Then after he traveled the world, because you remember, what was he doing in his 20s? What was he doing in all that lost information? It's not lost. He was traveling the world. It's lost in your religions and your histories. But when you look at the other places in the world, we all are telling you he touched grace here. That's why we love him so much. Then, after he traveled the world, he went to Egypt. And that's where your story picks up. My son come out of Egypt. He traveled everywhere, though. If that makes sense, type 33 in the chat. If that all makes sense, type 33 in the chat. If that all makes sense, type 33 in the chat. If that all makes sense, type 33. Hit big 33. Thank you. That's why we love Yeshua. But we don't love Yeshua to worship him. It's a consciousness. We become it. So like the question, how do I talk to that being? You don't talk to Yeshua because Yeshua is no more. The vessel is gone. It's the Christ, or what we call God's will. Become the light. And then every action and every thought that you make shall be his actions. Or what you think his is. All right. Now that is all said and done. Now we can start this prayer, everybody. Alrighty, y'all. This is a nice class. So everybody on the count of 3, take one deep breath and hold it for as long as you can, then release it through your mouth. You blow it out, all right? 1, 2, 3. Peace unto you. We're very grateful for your presence. My name is Nadiie. If you did not know, if you missed today's live, we're going live for 7 days. April 7th is the last day. 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you miss any of the days, click the link in my bio. You'll click Nadiie Black's Guidance, and it'll take you to the YouTube page where all of these will be posted. This will be posted in a few hours. Give me 5 hours. But ultimately remain timeless. And you can watch the other days if you missed it. Let us begin. A.K.A. Pistituki is Spamokinan. Nakayet Sitsinan. Nakeki Butsitsinan. Kimis Natitipimix. Nina. Nakista. Nah6. Otokinana Pistituki. Kimotan. Thank you, Source, for this wonderful class and this grace that has been extended to us as we anchor all that is divine light. May the Divine Mother rest within us as our heartbeat. May the Divine Father rest within us as our decisions and intuition. We're extremely grateful to remain present and hold space for all that choose to not understand, for we know and affirm that within them, they do understand. We judge not, we only bring forth the love, for we understand that all that is, which is Source, is abundant in beauty and grace and gratitude and in love. Today, we move forth anchoring the frequency of 5, which is traveling, which is movement. So we shall not be stagnant today. After today's class, our priority is sharing, movement, giving. Priority is love. For movement is love. Today we are honored to be the masters that we are, integrated within the light. And we know this to be true. We know this to be facts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We call forth all the beings that are of love to be integrated within us, so we need not anything outside of ourselves, any being, ancestor, spirit guide that is of that which is perfect love. We choose to not see them as anything external, but as an aspect of us to be willed in us as we live and breathe now. No longer do we seek out, help me. Now we go within with this guidance and knowingness. By my name we affirm this, and so it is. May we get and so it is in the chat. Can I get an and so it is in the chat? Let me see them and so it is. And so it is. Let me see them and so it is. All of that. Let me see and so it is. And so it is. Is. And so it is. Thank you. We are very grateful. Today's class is very, very beautiful. You give me some time. It's a little longer, so after the lives post, it says it has to process, so it's processing the live after we end it, and then we'll be able to download it and then post it to the YouTube page, Nadiie Black's Guidance. The YouTube is Nadiie Black's Guidance. You can click the link in the bio and click Nadiie Black's Guidance, and you'll be able to go there to watch the other days that you missed. Before I get off, let me hear the feedback. Let me hear it. How was today's service? Did you like it? Let me see what I got to say. How was today's service? Be honest. Howdy how. It's so funny. Why did y'all sent the cowboy on me? How was today's service, y'all? How do y'all enjoy it? Let me hear. Good service, on point, loving it, welcoming and enlightening. He said, that's just my style. He sent the cowboy on me. Not you sending the cowboy on the Indian, that's crazy. Not you sending the cowboy on the Indian, that's crazy. Okay. We're very, very grateful to be of service. Alrighty, y'all. The wife is in the crib. We gotta tend to her. Nice speaking with you. Will be live tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Peace unto you all. Thank you.